We have lucky.
Maybe last night.
Maybe like the last 5 seconds.
That was.
Adjournment.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes. Oh, yes. Okay.
Let's just probably comment.
No. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I meant the last kind of bit of the reason. Okay.
So just the very last section, basically, that was slice student involvement. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, tell me what, and
Alrighty. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We do have a longer meeting today, so if you need a break, just let me know. If you need to slow down, just let me know. And yeah, okay. I call this meeting to order at 8:17. First item of business is the agenda approval. I'll give you a few moments to look it over. It's not different yesterday. And I will entertain a motion to. For a second,
I'll second.
any discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor of approving today's agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the agenda is approved. This year, reports from the chair, I have none other than. No, I have none. But
I'll just report that as of the end of the meeting last night, if we're gonna go with option 1 of the funding. You all have recommended 70% of the 5.475 million, and if you go with option 2 funding, you all have recommended 33% of that. So you have option 1, 1.654 million remaining, and option 2, 1.86. And at any time, I'm keeping that up here, so if you guys want me to update you, then just let me know.
I have nothing.
next, CWU. Any communication specific? First call, public comment, is there any comment? Next, first, moving into new business, please read the last.
Last thing that happened yesterday with deliberation, there was a motion to approve the full amount requested for life student involvement budget, which was.
Already, for new business, we'll be having kind of a big one setup, as Nick mentioned. We'll be opening debate on each item or each budget, and then we'll be just taking like a division of the committee to see where everyone stands. We won't be voting on anything until the very end. So please keep in mind how the division looks. Write it down next to budget name, and then we'll go at the very end. Does anyone have any questions? Deliberation. So we left off on slides student involvement. Now we'll be talking about the ECLC. Is there a motion to open debate on ECLC?
Motion to open debate on ECLC.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of opening debate on ECLC, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The floor is open.
I'd just like to mention that the questions you all asked within this packet. And that also was not only the questions you all wanted to ask, but there was a question from Aaron during their presentation that I asked for follow-up on, and the data was given. So within that packet I provided you all yesterday.
I have some pretty strong feelings on ECLC. The fact that their maximum that they've reported for student parents in the program is 50%. The rest is faculty and staff. I don't feel like we should have to pay for faculty and staff, considering all students pay $272, on top of students having to pay $30 a day for childcare. I don't think that's fair to us. That's kind of where I stand on it. I would be okay with matching their max enrollment rate for students, which would be 50% of what they're asking.
I think on this question shows quite a bit of a different number from students to faculty, staff. In most recent winter 2025, it's a 70% staff and 30% student parents.
Yes, I was looking at the spring, summer, fall 2040. It should be ramping up to 50.
Yes.
And that's the max they've listed for student parent, but yes, on average, it's 30%.
I'm not sure, I'm just gonna add a point of clarity on this, that, this bottom point of spring, summer, fall 2024, I'm not really sure if that was supposed to be 2026, because spring, summer, and fall of 2024 are
Already passed.
they're above, so I'm not sure, I wasn't
Oh.
sure what that meant,
It probably means 2025.
yeah.
I just wanted to make just another point that a lot of that other funding is 763,000, which I presume is coming from staff and faculty. Is that correct?
From what I remember, it is the daily rates of payment from everyone on top of the state fund they get for the food, I believe.
February 28th. But it's not the first one, it's like the third one, I think, after the second green sheet. Yeah. Yeah, that's all.
I do like that point where, like, it's not fair to us that we have to pay for that. But I think that if we decrease it by half, they just said they were gonna raise the rates, and I'm assuming they would do that across the board, and they wouldn't really take into consideration that we're kind of just giving the money for the students. If that was the intention of cutting their budget. I think that they would just raise prices for everyone, and then that would hurt the students even more.
They did say it would affect the students, and here they have, that they start over 75 student parents, and with budget cuts and increasing the amount. Their allegation is that increase the amount of students, then students would be impacted on the amount of school they get, or potentially not even be able to attend.
For the possible effects, if you do cut the funding, it'll affect the students that currently use early childhood learning center, and specifically their ability to continue their education. Even if the goal is to specifically reduce that funding because staff is majority using it. At least that's my understanding. But I also agree that's a really good point. Should we really be paying this if mostly staff back to resource?
Yeah, because I think it is really important to have that resource available to students, because of those 75, that's very likely it could mean attendance or not attendance for the school for a lot of those students. But at the same time, yeah, it does feel like a little bit like it's almost being held hostage. So it was across the board raises potentially, which is all something that is kind of out of our control, and maybe I think your argument is that it should be more targeted for students.
And I asked the question, how they determine how they choose the rates for faculty and staff, and they said that it's typically the market rate or a little bit higher. If that's the case, and we do end up cutting the budget by 50%, there are other options for faculty and staff or students if necessary. And I know it's going to impact students, and that's where I'm divided on cutting it by that much. But at the same time, the fact that faculty and staff are getting it for essentially a cheaper price than all students pay for, I don't think it's good.
Yeah, since they're not paying the S&A fee.
And then they have to pay $30 a day on top of it. And those students that use the program have paid like $270.
Do faculty and staff pay more per day? I know they had numbers on that.
It's like $13 or something.
Looking at the last page where it shows like 2022, 23, 24, they've been increasing their debt over time.
Essentially, what we're doing with the S&A fee is kind of subsidizing the early childhood learning center. And majority of that subsidizing is going to staff and faculty, not students.
Without staff and faculty having resources, it would also negatively affect students as well. But I think how I see it is like it's an indirect way that S&A dollars are still helping students. But that's kind of like a different thing.
So just from what I'm thinking, sorry, I'm just trying to do the math in my head. I feel like yeah. Because all I'm really thinking right now is that if we do cut it, with the intention, or because obviously faculty don't have to pay in, I guess I would just counter with it's more expensive for faculty. So would you then consider that the price difference would then be equal to, or maybe even greater than, the S&A fee that we pay per quarter? Because it's a $4 difference. You send your kid there 5 days a week. For 10 weeks, that's 50. And then you times that by the $4 extra it costs, that's $200. And I feel like that's pretty close to the S&A fee that we pay per quarter. And a lot of their other revenue would go down if that price did go up for everyone. So then they would have even less funding, in which case their probably overall quality would go down.
They do have, I think it's a state organization where they have to have one teacher for every 4 students.
So maybe it depends on the age, but if it's helpful, don't forget on your paper, you've got the breakdown of staff and student and goods that might kind of help. I don't know if that helps you look at that, and then on the communications is broken down by percentages. But I think that the room limits are in here too, if you need to try to figure out anything I can help you with calculations with that, if that helps you with your conversation.
And Nick, you said $4.
Yeah, well, for the, I was looking at the full or infant full day for, 14. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah.
At the
Yeah.
lowest.
Oops, yeah, my bad. I was, sorry, it's early.
Yeah, it is.
It is really.
But yeah, no, and that's all I was kind of thinking about is that, yeah, they don't have to pay an S&A fee, but they have to pay more money every single day. And yeah, I think that should also be seen.
Any more discussion?
I just wanted to bring up that only $8,000 of the S&A, or sorry. $200,000 of the S&A, roughly, is not going towards staff salaries and that.
And one thing we don't really know a whole lot about, they might not even have this information, or maybe they just haven't analyzed it. We don't have anything. To know exactly how price sensitive people are in case like we raise prices or let's say back or something like that, how many would, have to go somewhere else because of that, or still bill pay. I mean, it's kind of like one point of analysis with that sort of decision that I don't think it has. Price of people. And likewise, I assume that it would be a big impact on students, but maybe not, I don't know. But it's relative to other things.
My other thinking is, if they do raise prices and faculty decide to move their children out, that gives way for more students to move in. Because once a faculty's child is in, they don't kick them out. But students get priority first.
Seeing that there's no more discussion, there will be meeting for the division of the committee. Is there? Like, when we're dividing, sensitive. There's no like, this is a motion, it's like. I guess, but I have to ask, what is the recommendation? Want to give? Or if you don't want to, still want to discuss.
I have one point of discussion. Cause they did submit a 20% reduction. Are we thinking more than that 20% reduction? And this is a question for everybody.
I'm
Because I don't have the answer either.
I'm leaning more towards more deduction. I gave the number 50% to match the student enrollment, like maximum that they had. Which would be 50% off the 595. So that's what I 50% off the 595,000. $595,000.
Is there any other recommendation? Seeing that there's no other recommendations, I'll want my first call for the division. I want to remind everyone, this is not a vote, it doesn't actually recommend anything or vote anything, it's just a census, so. All those in favor of proposing the ECLC 50% cut of 595,000, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Yeah.
It's like, I was looking is that recommendation passes 4-1 to 1. So just to them.
Oh, the old laugh
This is the mic.
The little mic.
mic.
Can you hear me, bro?
In between you guys.
Use your orientation leader voices.
Oh, my bad.
You've been there, you might
Yes.
be there.
Yes, this
You're
is my
trying-
inside
You're trying to
voice.
wrangle some new incoming students.
All right, is there any other discussion? All right, I'm looking for a motion to close debate on ECLC budget. Is
Motion to close debate on the current budget.
there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it, debate is closed. Next item is DEC. Is there a motion to open debate?
Motion. Oh, go for it.
Motion to open debate on DEC.
Is there a second?
That's second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it, the floor is open.
Oh, I got it. Hold on, let's go back. Jesus.
The equity stuff.
Oh, okay, okay. That's way too many documents.
So from what I remember from their presentation. They are opening the new multicultural center in 26, which is why they're not taking the full 20% reduction because they're looking to increase staff.
So on people for maintaining and stuff in there.
Yes, student staff. So it looks like they're only taking a 9.21% reduction. They're listed as MCCD, you see, on the
February 28th, third out.
they're looking to add 4 student employees max, which would put them at 14. I think that would put them at the most student staff organization. Right above Slice, right? Slice has 10.
Any other discussion?
If we funded them like 20% or decrease their funding by 20% instead of the proposed. I think it's like 9.
Yeah, they're at 9.21.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would put their ability to hire new people, correct? Right? What's your guys' feelings on that?
I personally feel like 14 is a lot, especially for their space. They're realistically only adding 2 new areas to their current space. Like they're gonna have the front desk is what they want students to be. Understandable. But I don't think that requires adding 4 new staff, student staff.
So they're expanding, but.
Currently they don't have. They haven't expanded into their new building yet. So. Yeah, they didn't put that in.
Well, we got a funding from the state to build a multicultural center, so that's what they're called FF&E, which is furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So they got money to redo the space and build the space, but they didn't get any money to operate the space. So that's what the 4 positions they're requesting is going to help them operate their new spaces.
And it's student staff.
My other issue with that is because they don't know the logistics of it yet, I have a hard time approving the 4 extra staff in their budget.
It is a good point. It's kind of off a very broad projection, which we don't actually know. Not a usage to justify staff.
How many do the? I'm looking to hire 4.
They said a minimum of 2, but they'd like,
So to me, that's looking like, instead of the 116 for, expenses on student payroll, it's looking like it would be 100,000 instead. And I got that math by doing 116 divided by the 14 staff that they're looking to have. And then timesing that by the 12 student staff that we would recommend. Right. Yep, okay, yeah, and then that gets me with the 99.7.
It's tricky too, because you never know if it's 20 hours of what equals 1 student, but as
Yeah.
we all know, it could take 3 students, depending on the schedule, to get that 20 hours of coverage, so that's always kind of hard, but I like what you're doing, yeah.
I just assumed that,
I like
well,
that.
yeah,
It's
that all
divvied up.
14 staff got the same hours, so they, yeah.
the other thing they mentioned is they don't know their operating hours yet. They wanted to expand and do weekends. So that would also affect their number.
I remember them mentioning that they would want to follow the same, like structure of CERT. So keeping it open similar hours, but I'm not sure if exactly.
That's a lot of hours though.
They do. Data. They're one of the few that do have specific like data on how many people interact with the site. So that is. And they don't have.
Any other discussion?
If we did. Move to decrease their budget even more, just say to 20%. That would bring their total funding down to $435,000 roughly. With from their current request of $493,000. I would wonder where they would cut costs other than student payroll.
But when we're talking about payroll, it's about potential hires, right? Not people who are currently employed.
Yeah.
That's kind of another thing that is kind of part of my decision on that too. It's like we're looking at stability for programs and student. I mean, if you're currently there, that's more stability versus offering a new one that prior exists. But
They also may cut from their goods and services. They do have 50,000 in goods and services.
Any other discussion?
They would like.
Yes. So their current, yeah, their current staff is 10. I don't think they had a projection of potential interactions. But
They did have chart of their total interactions on the show. I think maybe that would be the route to chart and where it's going, but it's increasing. But it is on the slides.
In the academic year 2023 to 2024, they had 4,470 attendees and 182 events. Then looking from their org chart, they have what it looks to see 14 staff.
That's their proposed for the year. So it looks like their daily traffic is increasing. Not sure how much that would increase with the new area.
It's also currently increasing, but relative to 21, 22, slightly. Last year was that.
And at least talking about for the space of the MCC. There'll be different little offices, there'll be a kitchen, there'll be essentially similar to the ballroom, 2 spaces for those meeting spaces. So there's likely to be an increase in foot traffic because of those additional resources. But that doesn't necessarily also mean need the additional student staff as well.
Because they have listed 11 student staff to help view and organize programs and run the front desk. I feel like that's a bit excessive. Considering in my office we have 6, we just run front desk.
Well, I think what you'd wanna do is look at it by number of hours.
Yeah.
Because exactly that, so it's like, instead of, it's sort of like, equivalent of one, so that it would be, I would maybe try to look at it as like 20 hours, right? So if they're asking for 3 students, that, to me, that sort of means 60 hours of times student rate, kind of like that. Because it's really tricky when if you start to think, well, maybe they said two, but they're actually gonna, that becomes more challenging because it could take 3 students to, fill in that time period.
Like looking at like individuals would make more sense if it's a salary position versus hourly.
Right, staff is like, you have typically one full-time position, and so I think for student positions, it would be, I would probably look at it like. What do you think, Robbie? I agree.
That beats 220 hours just with those 11 staff working from us.
It's a lot of hours for.
Any other discussion? Alrighty, since there is no more discussion, I will be making a call for the division of the committee. Is there a recommendation? Can you repeat that?
I'm thinking two staff. Which is the minimum.
Is there their recommendation?
I'm leaning towards not giving them the increase in staff until we see their numbers and can verify that they need the additional help.
And then would that be like a supplemental funding request if they would come to us? Could they do that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love that.
Well,
Any other recommendation? Alrighty, so we have, oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, does that mean, what, like, does that,
I think that would put them at the 20%.
and that's what I was opposed to, maybe
I-
the fairest thing would be like a
Would it?
20%, like we're asking.
Looking at the 20%.
Do you have a number for the 2 staff? Or just the 2 staff?
No, I just said.
Any other recommendation? Alrighty, so we have 2 recommendations on the floor. We have first one, approving their budget for 2 staff. The minimum staff requirement, which is 2. And then the other recommendation is no increase in staff, which would be a 20% reduction.
When is their construction thing expected to be done?
Followed next year.
Yeah, I think into 26.
Yeah, 26.
Yeah, winter 26, I think it's gonna be a year.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had 26.
Oh,
We would be giving them money for 25 and
Yeah, I think it's
They
really
would-
fair to just ask it as a supplemental request when the time comes.
they can also, down the road, do a base funding adjustment, so, assuming that there's additional funding and if a program changes, then it can adjust base funding, which would be a change through the rest of the cycle, any area that is funded.
It's not in there, I don't know if it's in there.
I swear I saw 26 sometime, but
Yeah, completed by January 26th.
And from month to a year.
wow, 26 is next year.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
thinking it was 2 years from now.
Yeah. I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, wow, that's so long from now.
I remember when 2024 was like such a weird year. Like,
Yeah.
what was some flavor?
Someone told me 2016 was 9 years ago, and I was like, there's no way.
We're just coming up to that. Yeah. And just for everyone's put everyone in the conversation. So the math I was doing was, and I'm working under the assumption that the 116 for student payroll is for 14 for the theoretical 14 students. Now, if we don't add the 4 students like they're requesting 2 to 4, that would bring them down to that would bring them down to 10 student staff. And if every student staff is weighted equally, then you do the 116 divided by the 14 theoretical staff. Then you times that by the 10 staff that they would then have. And then that brings me with $33,000 less, which is $83,000 for student payroll. And then that would bring the total request to $460,000 compared to their $493,000. It's a decrease of 33,000 from what they have requested.
So. Yes, so we do have two recommendations on the floor. We'll just take a vote for both, one at a time. You can vote twice. Like. Alrighty, all those in favor of approving their budget for the minimum number of students, which is 2 staff, please say aye. All against?
Reminds me of a horse, when I said that.
And the horses.
Looks like that recommendation fails from 1 to 4 to 1. Next recommendation, no increase in staff, which would be a 20% reduction. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The recommendation passes as 5-0 to 1.
And sorry, Nick did the math, it is closer to 15%.
Oh, apologies. 15%.
A 20% reduction would be 434,951 for a total decrease of 58,000.
Which would put them at 8 staff.
Apologies. 15%.
So I just want to make sure I push the right numbers in here.
No,
So
that's what I got too.
What was the recommendation for?
460.
460?
I just have, well, I don't have a number. I just,
460 is what Nick got.
Oh.
Yeah,
We'll go with
course.
that.
Yeah.
all right.
And that brings it to a 15% reduction then.
Roughly.
I'll entertain a motion to close debate.
Motion to close debate.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The close, well, debate is closed.
I was like, oh wait.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't. I left it at my teacher's office, so it's kind of stuff.
Job breaking.
Brought my Excedrin just in case.
Or what?
Excedrin.
Oh.
Headache.
All right. Next item of business is going to be the transfer center. I will have to step away from presiding as I am a transfer student, so.
I mean, I suppose that's like.
Oh,
I've never touched it.
I think the conflict would be whether you are working for the transfer center, but as a transfer student, 40% of our population is transfer students,
I'm
so.
also a transfer student.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
you all-
Everyone leaves.
we can't vote on it.
Okay. Cool. February 28th.
Yeah, I was also gonna say, like, I've.
Oh,
I
on the
haven't seen it,
transfer
there's
center?
stuff
Yes.
Directly.
February 7th. So DC, is that one ELC's last AC?
No, the DEC is also the MCC/DEC, and on the calendar, it says MEC, but that was a typo.
Oh, I see.
Which sheet are you looking at? It's on the 28th, right in the middle.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Alrighty, next item of business is the transfer center. Is there a motion to open debate?
Motion to open the debate about the transfer center.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of opening debate, please say aye.
Aye.
The floor is.
To my knowledge, the goods and services, it was just, I forget, what were they?
It was for like snacks and stuff. Okay, that's good. That they're currently paying out of pocket for.
And then there's a budget, their budget.
Oh, this is a big. Oh, man.
Graduation board, that was the other.
No, a big cost.
15. So this is a new S&A request. They haven't been funded before. Given that 40% of CWU's population is transfer students, they're already doing this without receiving S&A funds. So I don't think it would affect the students. Yes.
Yes, they do have those numbers in their. Presentation. On screen.
Yeah, I do feel like it's a really bad time to be a new request, unfortunately. The way things are,
I am leaning towards not funding this. Just because it is a new request, they've been doing that previously out of their own budget. So I don't feel like it would affect students much.
I don't think it was out of their own budget. I think it was out of the direct, like their own personal spending is what I remembered.
That's what I also. Any other discussion?
Seeing that it looks like the transfer lounge usage is going down from year to year. I don't think that these snacks are really vital to retention, which is, I think, the main argument that could be proposed as to why to fund it is that it keeps retention, but it looks like that numbers really aren't going up or even staying the same. So it doesn't look like we're really retaining our students because of this.
Any other discussion?
yeah, I suppose to add to that, it's like, I mean, as a transfer student, sort of, it wasn't a consideration in my choice to stick up here or not, even if we're talking about retention issues.
Yeah, yes, I've never been in their office.
Any other discussion?
Thanks.
Of course.
There's also stuff like that too. There's things, but
Is this on the list of what can be approved, but I still don't think that the performance that. It's not like the prior on this.
I would agree, Marisol.
Just to clarify, not just for snacks, there's also like
some of it stuff,
other slides.
field trips. And really expensive graduation courses.
I think it's because it's for all graduates, so
Oh, yeah, if it's 40%, I suppose that would rack up pretty quick.
if each one costs even $10.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's actually, they're getting them pretty cheap, but
Any other discussion?
It's like their foot traffic is.
Any other discussion?
I would agree. It's not a good year to do additional funding. But I would also say the counter argument to that is if you do approve this funding, would that improve the foot traffic within? But then again, it would mostly be for snacks, maybe 1 or 2 field trips and transportations. monthly crafts. So how much of a significant difference would that do?
Yeah,
I
and I
feel
would
like
argue the biggest expense graduation course doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily improve foot traffic to their location.
And I thought that they were already paying like a little bit just out of pocket for the treats and stuff. So I feel like they already have it. They just don't have the money from us for it. But I'm assuming it's still like you go to the transfer center now, it's still gonna be like stocked with food, or it's still gonna have something that just comes out of not S&A currently. That was my understanding.
Did
as
they
well.
provide numbers on how many people actually eat the snacks and stuff like that too? Is my question is like if people are going there and just not eating them as well. That raises the question.
And the other thing is, are people just popping in to grab a snack and then leaving?
That's
Are
also
they
a good
actually
point.
staying and using the service?
Personally, I think like anything that we're finally in this budget, it went through the graduation course. I think, what is it called? Like the,
Memorabilia.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think like that kind of stuff is important for students when they're graduating. I think the different programs also have their own boards. The DEC also hosts like their graduations where they have stoles and cords and stuff. And I think it's kind of important to student morale. Like when you're graduating, I think it's nice to boards to show that you completed something. I don't want to say specific focus because it's not like you're studying to be a transfer student.
Yeah.
Like a specific achievement of being or being first gen or being.
Symbolize like
My question then would be, if we don't fund this, are they not gonna get the course?
I'm not sure. I don't think their budget had course in their lots. Like if they've been to course already.
Yeah.
Oh, they have.
Okay.
I think it was mostly to transfer the cost to this so they could, from what I remember, transfer the part of that was just transfer the cost into this funding so they have more funding in other areas. Because with state funding, only do specific things. That's where my memory
Yes,
from that presentation comes from, but
and that's why they couldn't pay for snacks. They
Yeah.
had to do it out of pocket because state won't allow that.
Yeah.
Can't do food.
Any other discussion?
Monthly craft, Tuesday treats, so that would be the snacks. Just taking out the snacks would only decrease it by $240.
the larger expense is the graduation course at $1,500.
Don't remember seeing that. They just gave the total foot traffic for the year.
yeah, this data just kind of shows like the how people feel or just the kind of fundamentation of what they're providing, not so much the programs are actually listing on. As in the basic things that would be there, zero that money when they.
Any other discussion? Alrighty, seeing that there's no more discussion, is there a recommendation?
Sorry, recommendation to deny the current request.
Any other recommendation? Alrighty. Sorry, alrighty, whoa, sorry. Ooh, okay, so,
And already it's crimping up.
uh. The current request is to deny their budget. Um. Calling for division of committee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it.
Like if there's a better time, $2,000 something dollars, pretty negligible to
Yeah.
what we're doing, but we gotta cope.
The recommendation passes 5-0 to 1. Is there a motion to close debate?
Motion to close debate on transfer.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of closing debate, please say aye. How does that have you vote?
Yeah, it's.
Oh, no worries. The ayes have it, the floor is closed. Next item is KCW. Is there a motion to open debate on their budget?
Motion to open the debate.
Is there a second
Second.
discussion? All those in favor of opening debate on KCW, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the floor is open.
Point first. Actually, did we ask them to go the day after, or was that different? I can't
They went the following.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, so then that would be the correct date.
Cause I see them right here on the 21st.
Okay. I must have mixed up with something else. There's somebody we asked to wait until.
we probably updated the calendar.
Yeah,
It was Casey.
because-
Yeah, so you're already.
And they do have some questions and talking with.
So they were taking an 18% reduction, not the full 20.
Yeah, I had to know that. They also had like, but. Something ask is higher. I don't know what I was trying to say when I wrote down.
They did have 3 pro staff moved into the S&A budget. Three pro staff. The full-time position to move into the S&A is out of the sub. I don't remember why.
Did it lose funding from us or something?
You want me to add a little, information on that? At the last quadrennium, the way that the S&A funding and the sub-P funding worked is that, publicity and the radio station on the S&A side and engineering, student union engineering and student union operations were partially funded by S&A and sub, so there was a decision, I think last year, to, take the sub-funding away from KCW and publicity and the S&A funding away from these two and just have the student union building fee fully fund engineering and student union building operations. And then the S&A fee to fully fund publicity and KCW. And so what Tommy's trying to describe in this is that with over the years, that reduction was only, until last year, it was only impacting a part of his budget because the building fee portion wasn't being reduced. And so even though it was kind of dollar for dollar for him, then that other half of his budget started getting reduced as well. And so that's what he's trying to describe is that scenario. So it's not like they didn't move additional positions into S&A just to have, and then ask, for more money for it. It was a result of that. They called it sort of a correction of how that funding was going, of like, why would, but that was the downside for this budget.
Any other discussion?
It's their request. Is it that they're updating system?
They were talking about that their systems are getting outdated. I think you said they're pushing 20 years at this point. And on some of it, they were able to get some new parts from surplus.
Any discussion? Any other discussion?
Oh wait, what do you by that? Do you like
Well,
Kind of the way I was leaning, the view is what we just shaved an additional 2%. But
I think Aaron might have remembered.
And then given the answer that they gave for one of the questions, which was how would a 20% reduction affect your program? It would further reduce student staff members' hours per week. Even this year, they're feeling the effects of not being adequately staffed, including the ability to provide staffing for events, support, which they rely on revenue for. So that'll be the effect, mostly the hours per week for student paid staff.
If it went to 20%, then the number would be 409, 215, which would be an additional $10,000. 10,207. For the
Any other discussion?
They did say they increased their self-support by $5,000. My question would be, why can't they do more? If they are able to do it by 5,000? That's just proposed.
how do they increase their self-support?
I do not remember.
They, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, is there any of that in there?
But it spoke to it.
Trying to remember what he said.
Think that there was an event, slide maybe. Some of the paid things that they do are advertising
Oh,
through the radio station, and then they do some events where the students have the opportunity to go and I know that this isn't a thing, but like to DJ or to play music at different events.
We charge a fee for that. So like
Oh.
when we hire them to come to orientation, we pay a fee for 2 staff, 2 hours and their equipment.
Gotcha.
They increased that fee. That's how they're making up for the revenue loss, or they're adding additional revenue.
gotcha.
It's still a really great deal. I mean, to hire CWU.
Oh, yeah. I mean, sound gets expensive really fast.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Alrighty, seeing that there's no more discussion, is there a recommendation?
Recommendation to fund full amount that they're asking.
Any other recommendation?
I would recommend moving to 20%.
Any other recommendation? Alrighty, seeing that there's no more recommendations, the current recommendations on the floor are to fund their full budget or to reduce their budget by a full 20%. All those in favor, sorry, just dividing the committee. All those in favor of funding their budget to the full amount, please say aye. Aye. All those against?
And
All those abstaining?
I was thinking about it. Sorry. I'll go aye.
It looks like that recommendation fails 2 to 3 to 1. Next is the recommendation to reduce their budget by full 20%. All those in favor, please say aye. All those against? Nay. All those. abstained? Already looks like that recommendation passes 3-2-1. Is there a motion? Is there any other discussion?
I did just want to bring up the fact the past 2 years, they didn't use their full budget. They did have funds transfer.
Any other discussion? Already seen if there's no more discussion, is there a motion to close debate?
Motion to close debate.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Already, any discussion? All those in favor of closing debate, please say aye. Ayes have it, floor is closed. Give me 1 second.
And the final is Oscar shows up and votes like in such a way that makes all of our tentative numbers like completely wrong. Should have felt at the very end.
Already, next item is going to be centers and activities.
Can we stay on, can we finish up KCWU and do the Wildcat Sports Network while we're at
Oh,
it?
that's what I was just gonna ask.
Yes. Well, that's-
Yeah, WSR, it's
Oh,
filed right under KCWU in your responses, so it should be page 2 of KCWU.
And then we verified they are taking the 20%, correct? Jen? That's what I have written down.
that's what it says.
Oh.
Says- Yeah, that was theory.
Well, that's support, that's support.
Sports
Oh,
Network.
The next item is going to be Wildcat Sport Network. Is there a motion to open debate on their budget?
Motion to open the debate on the budget for Wildcat Sports Network.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor of opening debate on WSPN, please say aye.
Aye.
Alright, the ayes have it, the floor is open.
Right, filed in the book right after KCWU.
So this entire budget does good for the student staff. I know we did talk about possibly getting athletics to fund this program. That's something that Tommy would have to discuss with the athletics department. He said that would probably not happen.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if they did, to be honest. I think the particular experience that they're talking about here too, like at least for the people who are going to this field, is pretty valuable. As probably one of the bigger employers out there is just general sports information field.
The thing with me about this budget is that the number of students that actually get this experience, I think it's only about 3 students.
Yeah, that's true.
And then there's also 1 volunteer. So it kind of, for me, it kind of begs the question, like, why pay at all if you already have volunteers doing the same work? And then I remember asking a question about, well, how do you see viewership? How do you see like what viewers are tuning in? They didn't have a way for like audio, radio.
Yeah.
And then of course, the other one they had was the amount of live streams for the actual athletic event itself.
Yeah.
But not the commentary for the sports. That was just my things, the number of students affected, and then the volunteers also.
That's a good point.
My other question is, why wouldn't they be able to integrate this with the radio station? Why does it have to be a separate organization?
That's something I thought about too.
That's a good point.
Because they already have 14 staff working for the radio station itself. Do none of those staff members want to work sports events? I know it's different, like sportcasting versus radio talk show. But
And for all we know, maybe people are double dipping on both sides. Maybe some people are also working for the other events.
Any other discussion?
Let's see, positions, yeah, sports coordinator, sports coordinator, sports. coordinator.
Robbie, did they list the number of events they go to?
Yes. It's how many games are included in the sports?
They just said some.
All football and basketball, and just some baseball.
No tennis?
No. Ultimate frisbee. I guess as they only do the main ones, the majority of people go to watch.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of surprising. There's not soccer.
Yeah, I know, I was looking at that, I was like, soccer, like, do they not cover that?
That one. I
don't know what the hours are actually.
Well, we can assume that it just reduces it by a third. That's 9.
Yeah, 17.
For this 100. It'd bring it down to 4752, if I'm not correct.
Spent last year.
I had a question about that $8,000 transfer out. Was that like a balancing?
So that basically that in 2023, that was basically most of the allocation from that year and the year before.
Okay.
So there was 3,700 that they did not spend in 22 that carried forward. And then at the end of 23, we swept everything that they have not spent. So it included that plus what they didn't spend in 23. So if you kind of look at this, then of the 3 years of allocation on the transfer line, you can see what they did not spend.
So for the past 3 years, they've spent around the 472 or 4752. So I would have no issue dropping them down to that number.
I think that's fair.
I would agree. Any other discussion? All right, so if there's no discussion, is there a recommendation?
I recommend to lower the funding to $4,752, which would allow for 2 student staff.
Any other recommendations? Alrighty, the current recommendation is to reduce to 4,752. Calling for division of the committee is for, sorry, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the recommendation passes 5-0. Is there any discussion?
Would be, yeah, it'd be about 15%. Little under 50% from the last budget.
Yeah.
53%. Yeah, because they requested 9, yes.
Any other discussion? Right, all, during a motion to close debate,
Motion to close debate on Wildcats versus something network.
Brandon's going to-
I'll second.
a second. Any discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor of closing debate, please say aye.
Aye.
Might as well, how do you vote?
Yeah,
Debate is closed, the ayes have it. Alright, next item is going to be center and activities. Is there a motion to open debate?
Motion to open debate on center and activities.
Second,
I'll second.
any discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor of opening debate on center and activities budget, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the floor is open.
What date was? Point first. Or, oh, no, I was looking wrong. Or am I?
I always get these mixed up. Are we looking at the,
I have some that says
Smaller
university.
request?
Yeah,
Are we looking at centers or centers at 50s?
54,000?
centers and
Centers and activities, the big one,
Okay.
the bigger request.
Yeah.
And the presentation was done into. They didn't do a presentation.
Oh,
Um,
numbers, would that be university centers?
Yeah, and then center student life.
There's university centers and then there's university student life. So the West Side Student Life, I apologize. So West Side Student Life would be the larger one, the center activities.
Okay,
same section.
Same, looks like you.
I think so. Near the front.
Yeah, center student life was the first one. Center student life, also known as centers activities.
Also known as West Side Student
Yeah.
Life.
So I'm assuming we'll be doing both of them,
Yes,
just like. CWU.
I would agree.
The budget we're starting with is university center.
That's the smaller one. They want to start with the bigger one that's titled West Side Student Life in your book.
So it should be center student life. for this.
Have we opened debate?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to check. So it looks like they haven't spent their full amount for the past few years. Even when they were allocated 392,000, they still didn't spend the full. And they're asking for 386,000. So which was a 13.75% decrease with fund reading. Oh no, 14.02. Considering they haven't been spending their full budget, I would move more towards lowering them even further, making them to 20%.
Yeah, that sounds fair. It's
And this one, it's very.
It's on the 21st. Student West Side Student Life.
Who reported them by 20% or just? Something similar. I'm just looking at centers activities right now.
oh, so
Then that would bring us down to 360.
it's also our big ticket. Yeah, I mean, I think if they're not using the full amount, I think 20% is fair ask.
And then don't forget on this one, you can also see the breakdown between staff, student, goods and those kinds of, that kind of helps too, I think.
Spending nearly 70,000 on goods and services, which is understandable. They are providing a lot for the students.
Any other discussion?
They did mention that majority of the people that use this is online students. They do a lot of online workshops. 1,400 online students.
It feels like they're gonna reduce the amount of student activities. So are they going right now, having more in-person classes?
Yes.
Well, I think in the case of this one, like I would just throw a guess out there that a lot of the students that are attend the centers that are outside of the main campus are probably going to predominantly be online or mostly online students, which is probably why it's very much a very large representation of online students for what they're talking about. But yeah, like I think I agree that like most students are more interested, or at least a lot are lean towards more interested in-person classes, but I would say the one exception to that crowd would probably be the people who are attending centers. Might be a disproportionately favor online stuff. And are also more likely to probably not be. Well, I would have to look at the numbers, but I would guess more likely to be non-traditional students.
Any other discussion?
They give me numbers on how many people actually attend. A lot of the stuff they do put on now. You said 14. Well, that's how many online students, but they didn't specify of those online students, are they actually going to these things too? So I feel like if I was an online student, I would. But that might just be me. Yeah. They said they,
It's too light. Locations. One.
certified.
but that doesn't provide numbers of like who actually attends shops. and stuff.
Interaction.
We have already.
It's not in.
That's representation of the student for individual.
I mean, I'm leaning more towards 20 because they said they'd understand if we did cut it to 20.
I'm leaning to 22. Sorry, 20.
20 also.
Good point. Yeah, as well.
And I understand it's gonna affect student hours. But at the same time, we do have to make budget cuts. If one student employee is affected, or if there's just hours cut from each student employee. Overall, it's gonna benefit the university a little bit.
I don't think there's any way we can go through all this and not impact some student hours, unfortunately.
And that's where the majority of the budget cut is gonna affect student hours for a lot of these.
Any other discussion? Already seen that there's no more discussion. Is there a recommendation?
I recommend to cut center's activities by 20% instead of the proposed 14%.
Is there another recommendation? Already see that there's no more recommendations. The current, well, the recommendation is to cut a further 20%, and not the original 14%. Calling for a division of the committee is, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Second recommendation passes 5-0 to 1. And this was,
Centers,
centers.
centers activities.
Activities, West Side.
West Side student life.
Total.
Besides
got
line centers activities.
Or
Yeah.
all of this one, so when we've been recommending.
Do you need a few minutes to update that, Erin? Do you
We're
wanna
making new
take a break?
all proposals can't use
I've got
acronyms
it
anymore.
live.
She's locked in.
Locked in, okay, so, if the option one of not increasing the fee is what happens, then you all have 123,115 left to allocate, knowing that based on our conversation this morning, we'll probably go over that and then come back to sort of option 2, y'all have 334,000. So that if you did end up increasing the fee by the 4%. And then anywhere in between.
Next item is going to be university centers or centers activities. Is there a motion to open debate?
No.
Just West Side Centers.
We just
Oh,
did
We just did
activity.
activities. So
Oh,
this is
sorry.
just University Center.
It is confusing.
I know, they need to change the names.
Next item is West Side Centers. Is there a motion to open debate?
Motion to open the debate on West Side Centers.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor of opening debate on West Side Center's budget, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the floor is open.
And this one is in your book in front of the center student life.
Like this budget is specifically just for student ambassadors. Just for their salaries.
Oh, yeah, and their whole fields around, they try to recruit more people.
I want to make sure that everybody realizes part of the Killeen guidelines is you cannot use S&A funding to recruit students.
Yep.
It's a big no-no. So I want to make sure you all reference what they wrote in their responses to the questions you all asked, as well as what they wrote in their annual report. That type of thing.
They also mentioned 0.5 student ambassadors. And I was like, what does that mean?
It's kind of good to like the labor hours.
Yeah, I just read that as 10
They,
That's the tricky part.
I think that might also be, they have 2 student ambassadors for 3 different locations.
There's a student. We have a student government. So where do we want?
They're at the satellite location.
They're students, my understanding from the presentation was that there are students who work at the centers that are sort of, there to, greet and, network with the students that go to those centers. So if you go back to the other presentation that shows the number maybe of each student at the centers, then that might give you an idea, because these would be, well, my understanding is that these would be students who are going to the centers that could potentially interact with that ambassador. But then there's also permanent staff that are there to do that work.
My thing with this, with their review, was that, like Robbie's mentioned, that they host community college students, and then their ambassadors. Those positions are there to foster awareness of CWU and programs and services to our community college. And then they also play a key role in helping prospective students understand the benefits. So it's like, and I remember asking this question, like, how do you draw that line when you're hosting these events or when you're doing this program, that it's only the funding is going to central students, not prospective students or community college students, which aren't students of central. That's something that caught my eye a little bit.
about how they go to. Like, well,
Well, the centers, are you familiar with what the centers are? They're like a satellite CWU sort of office at a community college. So at different community colleges around the state, then there's sort of like a CWU office that can help facilitate. There's certain classes sometimes that are taught there or taught distance ed to students in that location. And so the ambassadors are, my understanding is that they're interacting with the students at that community college. So the satellite campus is there, and then they're kind of out there networking with non-students, a lot of the non-student students, as a way to interact and work.
Referencing killing guidelines, I would say this. It's in a gray area because the way they word it indicates that they just broadcast it to all students. But it seems more intentional to recruit prospective students.
Yeah, I feel like the emphasis of the presentation was more on the latter.
The
Yeah.
interaction there.
All of the big list of responsibilities here, there's a lot that isn't that, but.
They use a lot of vague terms. They don't specify like how we post this to attract attention. They use it to spread awareness of their programs, right? Well, if you're a CWU student, you probably know most programs and you're not going to go reach out to a center to ask about it.
It's also just kind of like the point I brought up earlier, vast majority of those students are online.
Yeah.
How much of those people are actually using in-person things or even online workshops? I'm curious what the tennis is on some.
All students go to. And it might be a different subject, but not all students go to the. Yeah, over all the colleges. That show from CWU that way previously, and then there's also those that go directly to the high school. So I'm leaning towards going more than percent.
I would say I would agree, given that it is 9 students on all these separate campuses with only roughly, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, 500 students that are in person.
Yeah, that's what they listed.
So
Well,
that's,
you don't know if they're just coded to those campuses. But some of the distance, some of they are cell phone.
So they might be getting double counted, sort of.
Right. Yeah, because you could be an Ellensburg student, but take all online classes, and so when they run those demographics, then you're still gonna show up as an Ellensburg campus student, even if you've never been on campus.
any more discussion? I just wanted to also mention within one of their questions, it specifically mentioned that a reduction would affect the ambassador's capacity to serve center campus students effectively and to work on attracting new students to CWU.
That's the part that I have a problem.
Because they essentially kind of do both at the same
Yeah.
time. So as you were mentioning, they are in a gray area.
I'm personally leaning towards defunding it, as it violates portions of the killing code.
And I think it does so in such a way that isn't divisible in how we could spread the money. So I agree with that too.
Any other discussion?
I would say with the defunding of it, I would worry about the interactions they have with students and specifically the effects of that. But I also understand where the Killian guidelines draw a line, so it's a really tough decision to make.
And my other thinking is they also have centers activities that can give them opportunity to promote potential like commits to CW.
Program for online student interactions and.
Discussion. Already seen that there's no more discussion. Is there a recommendation?
I recommend to fully defund the centers program.
Is there another recommendation? Alrighty, the current recommendation is to fully defund those.
West Side Center.
University Center's budget. Calling for a division of the committee is there, sorry, why do I keep saying is there? All those in favor of that recommendation, please say aye. All opposed. Nay. Sorry, all those against. Abstain. Looks like that recommendation passes 5-1 to 1.
4-1.
Oh, my bad. 4-1.
I'm keeping track of that too on my spreadsheet, so if you get, we'll be able to, yeah. I'm sure Mia is keeping track of it as well.
And Robbie.
Okay. We
All
can't
right.
help ourselves.
I believe we've hit our 2-hour mark, so I think it's time to do a recess. Is there a motion to recess?
Motion to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We have to close the debate first.
Oh.
Is there any discussion? Okay, is there a motion to close the debate?
Motion to close the debate.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Sorry.
That was
University.
under academic, it just says centers, so there's centers and then there's centers activities.
So right in the middle between them.
Yes.
So,
What is the motion for recess?
oh, yes, is there a motion to recess?
Motion to recess.
For how long?
10 minutes, something. Let's take 10.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
The current motion is to recess for 10 minutes. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. We'll reconvene at 10:16.
everybody okay if I order lunch and have it brought in at 11:30? Everybody can take a break. Need to go let my dog out.
Did I tell you that dog actually bit me?
The one that
The
was
one
on
that
the
was on
porch
my
last night?
porch. Yeah, I was like trying to like talk to it and let him smell my hand and then he's like. And he like, and but he got me, but it was like, he didn't chomp down. It was just more like, lady, I am really scared now. And I was like, me too.
I have a German Shepherd, Australian Shepherd mix, so she's like a herding dog.
Yeah,
So she likes to like herd people, like nibble at their feet.
does she nip at the
Yeah.
heel?
That's the funny.
I have a German Shepherd and she loves to herd the cats. If the cats are like going for the cat door, she'll just appear like, nope.
Yeah, it's really funny.
My brother also has like a border collie and the border collie name's Mace. He hurts the kids. And it makes me laugh because like when they were little, he would chase them and kind of like you say, nip at them and they would, and then knock them down. And I always just thought that was really hilarious.
It is hilarious.
It's
Watching
funny.
it in action.
All right. I call this meeting to order at 10:18.
He just like lightly taps it.
Looks like next item is campus activities. Is there a motion to?
I'll do that one yesterday.
Oh. Okay.
Just one thing before we start that. I just want to ask everyone how we wanted to, how everyone like thought we were gonna go about I guess decreasing the amount that we're gonna spend, because I'm assuming we're going through the rest of it and we're gonna be over the total anticipated revenue. And I was just gonna ask everyone how we wanted to do that, either by totally defunding certain things that we originally thought we would have money for, or starting to decrease the big ticket items.
I am leaning more towards looking at the big ticket items such as Slice. I think we want to be able to fully fund them, but I don't think that's realistic at this point. I agree.
I agree. I think that you might have to, even though you sort of had a vote last night for some and then we're changing it today, but I think that going through it, seeing where we're at and then going back through and maybe we'll maybe have a conversation about like some other things to consider, but I would think that you would want to put things back on the table just to make it more fair for every area that, well, you happened to go yesterday, so you're,
Yeah. So next up on our list is. Oh, yeah. Next up on the list is Office of International Studies. Is there a motion to open debate?
Motion to open debate on Office of International Studies.
For a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of opening debate on international studies budget, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the floor is open.
Wait. Yeah, no 13%. So they do a lot of travel, which is understandable. If you're an international student, you want to get out, see what Washington offered as well. My issue was what they listed as what they use for the travel. They like to use charter buses, which are very expensive. I understand if you're transporting 56 students, it might be a safer option. However, renting a regular school bus would probably be a lot cheaper. They are looking at an increase this year.
What's available in like CWU's motor pool too is my question.
We only go up to a 12-seater van, and we have one.
Only one, oh, okay, I would say maybe we can see multiple vans, but,
There are 10-seaters as well.
oh, okay.
And eight.
Yes. So that may also be an option, but when you're looking at that many vehicles, like if they're transporting 56, which is what they said. It's probably better option, just go with the bus.
Oh, okay, oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, same section.
And this one, I don't think that they pay for the transportation out of here, isn't it just the student wages?
Yes, it would be correct.
On this, but not on this.
Yeah. So my question then would be, if they're only spending 8,400 on that, then they're spending that extra money somewhere, which would be travel as listed in their Facebook.
But I think that. And what was in their presentation? Okay.
The 21st.
As it is, that's the price to go. It's just like now you have a company with you. So I'm kind of leaning towards. We have a 13%.
Increase.
Yeah, there's about 15 something percent.
Budget summary, I think you all have that. Here's what they are.
Can you go back up to the budget? Yeah, that's fine.
This is their explanation of the last funding cycle, 22 to 25.
I have an issue with how they reported that.
Charge students to go.
Personally, I looked at the amount. That'll actually it's like the teacher. But in this case scenario, they're just paying someone else. fine.
They list travel as a reason for the increase, but they have it in their budget that it's only paying for staff wages. I think so. Would drop them down to 12,000, which is less than they've been spending the past 3 years. Yeah, they've been spending on the lower end of 9,000 for the last 3 years.
Any other
On
discussion?
wage,
On wages, sorry, yes. They spent 10,000 last year,
that's what they're.
Yeah. and a 20% reduction from last year's would be 12,000.
What was that?
But also, like the broad internships.
The other thing I found interesting was that some of their international students that go on these trips and use this program don't pay S&A fees.
Oh, as
I think international students pay an extra. Fee. I don't, if they don't pay the SME, they pay an extra international student. Which I was also confused why it's not in this budget. As
So they probably have multiple budgets.
Oh, yes, that was also.
Remember, this is just a small portion of what this group, um, funds for them, but, and it's lives in a separate fund. So they probably have enough budget.
And the reason they're requesting this is because they just want to hire more student employees and go on more trips.
yeah, it's pretty much. That's it, man.
They also state that there's no impacts, no challenges currently impacting them with their current budget. I would think so.
I like it.
Any other discussion?
And part of what they have in the binder. We didn't have to charge for those trips, so.
Is that considered public?
That's hard, because I think on one hand, you might look at public relations as like, we're gonna give it as a ticket to, high school students to hope that they come to Central. That would, be like giving to, students who are, participating in S&A or presidential. I don't know if that would be the same. But that's not in their budget, which is.
I think going back to, on one of the previous ones too, I'm a little less inclined for hiring new people versus supporting people are currently in that position.
Any other discussion?
I would say the same, specifically within the increase, we don't have the ability to do increases. And, I would also say the 20% reduction would just reduce the subsidizing price for larger events they hold. So they could still hold the events, they just wouldn't be able to subsidize as much.
Exactly.
Do we know the current rate of increase for minimum wage? Just off the top of your head?
No,
Okay.
I usually it's gonna be 35 cents. I've got burned on my crystal ball,
Yeah.
but I'll look at it. I'm guessing it how it. Oh. It says, Washington State minimum wage is expected to increase to $17.50 per hour.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm just living off that minimum wage.
yeah, so. That's it, that's not for sure, that's just, what AI said. So,
That's
just wanna be clear. So that would be almost, 85 cents or something. Which is good because it makes their so.
I've been able to buy eggs for a long time now. I used to like eat them for lunch a ton.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. To buy the organic eggs for like $10.
Sorry, off topic.
Is there any other discussion? 20% increase rate.
I'm leaning towards a little bit less. I'm trying to do the math right now, but I would be fine with giving them what they've been spending over the past 3 years, which is around 10,000. Plus the increase for student wage, minimum wage, which would put them roughly at 11,000, which is 25% decrease, if my math is.
5% would be 11,000.
So that would be my recommendation.
Any other discussion? Okay, no discussion. Where is?
It's
Like-
OSLP.
Way down
Oh,
academic,
yeah.
OIS.
I see. Oh, I see. Which is
Any other discussion? All right, since there's no discussion, is there a recommendation?
I recommend to lowering their funding by 25%. Which should put them at 11,250.
Any other recommendation? Alrighty, the current recommendation is to lower their funding by 25%. Calling for division of the committee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The recommendation passes. 5-0-1. Alrighty, next on our list is Manashdash. Is there a motion to open debate?
Motion to open debate on Mastache.
For a second,
Outside.
I'll second.
any discussion? All those in favor of opening? Oh.
I was
He was-
preemptive.
he was
I was
preemptive.
preemptive on that one.
All those in favor of opening debate on the Manashdash budget, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the floor is open.
So, Manassas is asking for a 233% increase. They have come nowhere near using that entire,
Hang on, we're
Oh.
talking about Lions Rock.
oh, sorry. I had them linked in the same spot. Okay,
Where are they?
they're right below Lions Rock in English, Manassas.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
Manassas is looking at a 3.59% decrease. The issue I still have currently with that is they've come nowhere near using their full budget at any time. It also is linked to a class. It seems like a majority of the class utilizes that service.
I will say in like some of the English classes, they make it requirements to attend these events. As in that would impact your grade if you didn't attend them.
Yeah, I share that. The thing that stuck out to me is that there's a class to organize. Oh, sorry, that's the. Sorry, that's the Lions Rock.
Yep, that's fine.
I think Menachnesh is also a class too.
Well, I don't think they so much necessarily have a class that directly, like, is the thing quite the same way like the
Okay.
Pulse and Observer are. It's more like these classes, like a bunch of different classes in the department, will be like, you must attend these events outside of class, which happen to be these ones.
It lists it as a class.
Oh, is it actually a
As a link
class?
to a
Oh, maybe
class.
I'm wrong.
From my understanding, it was, there's classes to edit, kind of make the
Oh,
journal itself.
okay.
And then S&A pays for the publishing of it. And then also the online. As well.
Yeah.
So that is literally the same situation with like Pulse and Observer.
I think it's the same, and this goes back to how I think of it, is like if the class wouldn't function without S&A kind of stepping in at some point, and it's probably funding an academic part of the class, which is not
Yeah, so it looks like English 485. Produce and print the new and design the new issues.
And it's also bringing up the point we hit on a lot yesterday is physical printing.
Yeah.
Versus just online publishing.
It looks like they're also trying to expand their reach to include high school students.
Would info on their upcoming guidelines as well.
any other discussion.
Is it similar to the magazine or what is this one?
So student journal.
It's like a collection of like creative writing stuff they'll put together.
It's like
Since it's a part of the class, yeah.
And they're listing 5,000 as they're asking. So they're asking 5,000. They spent $235 last year.
Although I suppose in this case, this big increase, it might be a little unfair to necessarily compare with the previous things that expenditure based off of not expecting. But regardless, it's a. It's a general amount, but
That like the movie towards digital.
it's 4,000 prints, right?
That's what they're requesting. So my question on that is, if they're expecting $4,000 in printing costs, what have they been doing the previous years to only spend $235?
Maybe they just haven't been. Well, that's a good question. Have they actually been physically printing it before?
It's been digital.
It's all digital before.
I think so.
So why are we moving to print?
So yeah, I'm leaning towards
They would have more interaction.
the way. Yeah. So the way I'm leaning towards is either paying for their web hosting, which would be $450 every 2 years, which would put them at roughly $250 for their base funding cycle. But if we are looking at killing guidelines for this is academic wise, the class designs, publishes, prints this journal. Are we saying that this is okay?
So the question would be that if we just did or didn't fund the web hosting fees, would the class still operate as is?
And I'm leaning towards yes, it would still function as a class.
Yeah, I think.
They could do department.
any other discussion.
That's my lean.
Like defund entirely.
Yes. At max, give them the amount for web hosting.
I was kind of thinking that for web hosting, if they did need that, then they could come to us for supplemental funding at its west.
But only if you fund them something. So if you defund them entirely, they cannot come back and ask for S&A supplemental. So keep
Okay.
that in mind.
So
It's
we
a
can say,
great
like,
segue because I've been meaning to
Here's a
mention it.
dollar. Wow.
There you
Yeah.
go. So keep that in mind. If you fund their web hosting, then they could come for supplemental and ask for supplemental funding. But if you fund them nothing, it takes them out of the ability to ask for supplemental.
Okay.
Because you have to be base funded to request supplemental funds from S&A.
That makes sense.
If, for example, since it's tied to the Lions Rock, with the Lions Rock, they able to ask supplementary funding for something like this?
No, they would have to, they come and ask for it, it has to be used for exactly what they asked for. So if Lions Rock asked for funding, it has to be used within Lions Rock budget, not be transferred to Monash cash.
Is there any other discussion?
And I think an argument could be made on the web hosting as a benefit to students beyond the class potentially. So, in the situation that, let's say if you post something on there, it gets potentially more visibility if there's just something ran for free entirely for the class, but I guess I'll just find some sense on that particular item.
Because my understanding of it is it's the students within the class that run the mass dash. And anyone can participate within that publication, is that correct?
Yes.
They're using. Like their masters have been less than 1,000. Now they're close to 5,000. Wouldn't it be reasonable to just be 1,000?
I'm leaning towards the 900.
Yeah, because I think the big increase mostly they just want to print it out for whatever reason.
Why? In.
So my notes say that if you look at their annual financial report and you can see the transfer out, analog and digital costs, wanted to roll this to the next funding cycle, but it was swept, plans to use it entirely for printing, is exactly what I wrote. And I believe that's what Aaron confirmed when they swept it back. When you took it back, when S&A took it back, not
Yeah.
Aaron, but when S&A took it back.
Probably, I'm not sure, we would have to probably like really go back and look at what the original funding was for. I sort of, just take whatever's there regardless of what it's for. If they had been initially funded for printing, it kind of makes sense that they wouldn't be printing because that would have been right before COVID and then, and really, I think that the question, I guess, is does it, when it ties to a class, does S&A say, that the production and all of that is part of the class and the outside part might be the printing or the publishing? Cause there's several of these kind of similar ones. But what I don't understand is it says printing the journal copies, 400 copies digital so I'm not sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not
that's
sure what that means.
What would be the price for only digital?
Because web hosting, and so I'm not sure. Based on that, what that means.
I would assume that's physical copies.
It seems like it would be.
maybe they just meant they have digital on top of having the 400 physical copies.
Maybe so.
That's a weird thing. It's like, well, we made PDFs and it cost us 4,000.
Right, exactly. Then I'm gonna get the PDF.
Any other discussion?
Do you remember what Mia was saying about how he thought it was going to be funds that he would keep and then bring back in 2 grand. Not sure why, but that is what he said. Even still, I don't think we should be giving funds to support a class.
Any other discussion?
If they had more like specifics as to individually how much the digital printing would be, then that would be clear. Like add on that price, but as is, it's not separated. That amount of printing, given that it's not. Previous, that's a lot.
Any other discussion?
I'm leaning towards the 900. Is that specifically outside of the class?
Yeah.
That'll benefit students with who do want to publish, whatever creative art piece or, I don't know if that's the correct term, but creative writing. So that's what I'm looking towards.
I'd agree.
Any other discussion? Alrighty, since there's no more discussion, was there recommendations?
Recommend to approve it for $900 for one posting. Which I don't know off the top of my head what that reduction would be, but
And just to clarify, well, we're recommending $900 for a year for the next 4 years.
Yes. Or no. 900 in total.
yeah,
So 225 per year.
they divide their 450 into 2 years. So every 2 years they pay 450.
Aaron, do you have that person?
TIA 4 pounds.
Let's see.
I'm wrong, I know.
83. Spot on.
So that's gonna be 250 per year. Assuming that then, it's really, 500 every 2 years
Yeah.
to go with this.
How would we do that? Since we use sweep funds back?
I think that probably, on those years when, because we have it in the policy to sweep everything back, I think that I would probably come and do a, base funding adjustment maybe to the, for that, to kind of put that money into, to be able to carry it forward, like request that, based on this recommendation.
Any other recommendations? Okay, the current recommendation is to defund the Monash Dash budget by 83%. All those applying for division of the committee, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the recommendation passes 5-0 to 1. Alrighty, next item on our agenda or on our list is actually, that was the last one.
Do we want to group Lions Rock with it?
That's one.
For a big increase.
Next item is going to be Lions Rock budget. Oh, thank you, sorry. Is there a motion to close the page?
Motion to close the current debate on Mad Dash.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of closing debate on the Nash Dash budget, please say aye.
Aye.
You guys have it. Debate is closed. Next item is going to be Lions Rock. Is there a motion to open debate on Lions Rock?
Motion to open debate on Lions Rock.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of opening debate on Lions Rock budget, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the floor is open.
How about third? They they are requesting a 233% increase.
Which might be kind of indirectly my fault because during that supplemental request, like remember how I was like, like, oh, maybe it should be like a fully funded position or something like that when they're talking about wanting to like pay for random stipend that I thought was kind of goofy. So this may indirectly be my fault. I don't know if increase was on someone above there last week, but. Yeah. All my fault. I'm curious.
Well,
what
this
it's
is all for goods and services.
Oh,
so
no.
I think that you're.
That wasn't my suggestion.
Any other discussion?
Asking for an increase.
3,000 to 10,000.
All for that.
Okay. Previously, they've been using $4,000 to $2,000 of their budget. And they were allocated 2,700.
So what's the bigging? I got quite a few.
Like, programs and like, so
Services that are going way up.
Yeah, because they were looking to increase the amount of speakers that they have, if I remember correctly.
They also say here we were in the red, but then that's pretty long ask for the supplemental fund requests.
The issue I had with this one is it's also very similar to the last one. In their annual report, it says that work on our students themselves work on the organization coordination of every Lion Rock reading event in line with the English 490 course objectives.
Yeah.
So that is a big red flag for me. And it's kind of just out there in the open. So I don't know, just like, it's stinging.
Now, on top of the fact that, like I said, like in other classes, they make it mandatory to go to events too, which sort of a class requirement.
it was in vain. But,
Yes,
to my understanding, they wanna do more in person.
I believe so.
Well, they're usually like both in person and virtual, so they'll host it like
Okay.
that computer in the library.
It's like a really good thing to have, but I don't get why it has to be involved.
I-
And we want these boarding for students to talk just. Showing from anywhere.
This is what they clarified, but make sure everybody notices that it says 22-25, so this is what they asked for the last base funding.
Okay. And they were only approved for. What was it, 3,000?
Oh, so maybe they're doing the same strategy again, trying to hopefully just knock it down. They'll have that goal. Great. And one point I want to make too, I brought up the last time, I think for the supplemental thing, if they did clarify on it, was like the dinner refreshments, stuff like that. I asked about it because particularly in the killing guidelines, it says you're not supposed to just pay for anything that isn't a contractual obligation for the visitors. So you can't just be like, oh, we're gonna take that. But Ally clarified that it was a part of the contract law.
That's pretty cool.
On here,
Stay.
when you guys are looking at this one, on the bottom section, the revenue category. So S&A was only they only asked S&A for 3,000. Because they have these other
Oh.
areas that they were getting money from. And from what I recall, those revenue streams are no longer. And so the last remaining funding source is potentially S&A. And so they're asking for S&A to cover sort of the entire budget rather than just that portion.
I see, that makes a lot of sense, then, because that roughly adds up to the same
Yeah.
thing.
Then let me jump forward to the next slide, which again is what they're asking for this funding cycle.
I see it for.
Can you make that a little big?
My brain's not that.
So it'll get put in total for 4 years.
Oh,
with
this
inflation.
last one was a 10 year or one.
You got it, 1 year
Not
asking.
Is virtual, like. I think they're all in person and virtual except for the $2,000 winter. I'm not sure.
Says publication panel in person and virtual.
The ones that are like
Oh,
in
the
spring
winter.
that are just virtual, are those like just virtual, like, because it doesn't say in person next to it?
I don't know,
Looking at the attachment they gave, it looks like it's in the Brooks Library and also in Zoom for
Yeah,
spring
I
quarter.
was gonna say, I think like in to my knowledge, most of them are posted at the library and then just put on Zoom like an hour or two, but maybe they've changed that since last time I was. on.
And in total, they have 930 things from. Zoom for attendees, it's 471.
it's all in different.
The thing about the attendance is, how many of these, because it is open to the public, so how many of these are students? And how many are students that are not required to be there?
That is a really good question, yeah. Cause I would just throw a guess out there, these numbers would be drastically lower if you didn't make students go to them, but.
And it would also wonder the number of community members for non-students. What the ratio is. I had to speak up. I would wonder the ratio of non-students versus other community members within this as well.
They're not moving
Put them in alphabetical.
on the LP.
Yeah, different.
Here, but we found it.
Yeah, it's still like. Which students of those are students not required?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that one.
Oh.
Want to know how they're getting the projected 1,225.
It might be with the increased program.
Yeah, it's open there.
I would like to point out that, they say that they're, and I could maybe be reading or thinking about this wrong, but, it says that specifically English 468 and English 568. It says that the raw attendance statistics do not fully capture the extent of student participation, as many asynchronous learners engage with these events at a later time and complete related assignments.
So yeah, they will record the events and then have it usually available, and then the students are probably doing assignments based on
So
it.
so then does that follow Killian guidelines because it's for,
It's a
That's your
really big
essentially
area.
funding assignment.
yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting at, because that's why I saw that and I just kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
So I've done a creative writing class before, and that's why I know this much about it.
It kind of reminds me, University 101 classes. Like, for example, slides and campus activities is funded by S&A. Yet University 101 requires students to go to those to complete assignments. So it's a little similar on a bigger scale.
So the specific assignment usually would be, it's like a discussion post based on, so you gotta watch either go attend it in person or watch the recording, and then you write a discussion post based on it. Is what the assignment specifically is, if anyone's curious, at least in Alice's class, I haven't taken this professor, so.
It's actually pretty similar to university. I don't know if it's still do that, but it's super
So I can clarify just when it comes to week of welcome. So orientation pays for week of welcome, except for the social programs, which you are correct, campus activities and slice do fund. It is a requirement to attend the programs that orientation puts on, but not in two social programs. But it's a University 101 faculty choice on whether they're going to require students to be engaged or not. They do have to do week of welcome, but whether they continue on with requiring engagement, that's up to the faculty member and not a requirement of S&A, of course.
So similar.
I just feel that with, like, I'm assuming English 468 and 568, there's prereqs for it. You have to either probably be in the program, or you have to be very, very far along in either being an English major or a minor. So not all students would be able to benefit from this, and those assignments would probably be more geared towards English students, like, and then if you compare that to like University 101, which is for all students and anyone, and that's, I mean, transfer students don't have to take it, but it's available for all students. And some, yeah.
And they lost the former funding they used to have to cover those expenses, so they're asking it more from us.
Aaron, do you know what those other funding sources were?
I think there was a grant. I think, let's see. They had a person who was doing an annual donation or a donor of sorts. The rollover
I see.
funds, wouldn't have that available anymore, but it looks like the biggest one, would be the fundraising.
Oh.
That maybe didn't happen or something. And then potential partnerships, and then kind of probably I would preface this with, that this was going into COVID. So there was a lot of things that changed, especially when it comes to like fundraising and stuff, because, nobody's buying like, donuts that are in an open box, or you know what I mean, like, those kinds of interactions were really limited then. But this was what they had at least thought that they would have to support this program, and now it would suggest that they don't. have any.
The issue I'm seeing is with the class requirements and assignments specifically listed.
Yeah, it's very, I think it's very tied to it. I think it's like if they severed all the ties of it to the class, then I think it would be. I would probably be willing to fund what we were previously funding for it, but. Or a reasonable increase on that or whatever. But
Source and 7 organizations. Strong. Not, like, they could look into crazy and then come into supplemental or that would be good. Just because it's so coincidental.
Any other discussion?
I would just say, to come up as well, is that I would agree, mostly because it doesn't fall within the guidelines and it's somewhat in a gray area. I would say possibly a reduction, but I would wonder what the reduction would do to the attendance, because they would have less money for programs specifically. But I would say I would.
My thinking is majority is online. So even if they got rid of in-person speaking and just did virtual, they would still have a similar attendance rate.
Any other discussion?
But with that,
Well, this is the budget from last time.
This is the code.
Yeah, and then it's in the attachment.
oh, in the back.
The binder, yeah. And it was roughly half in Zoom at 471 and in person 467.
And it might. If they were to do only online too, potentially, I imagine it might reduce the cost of having guests as well, but just
He
because.
does address that in the responses, y'all. Or how would a 20% reduction affect the program?
So it looks like they requested a 21% reduction from their projected expense amount, not the amount that they requested from S&A. So, which is why it's a 233% increase. So a 20% reduction of what they currently had, or what they requested last year, would be $2,400.
Any other discussion?
So it would be an increase to, what they asked for.
40%.
Are you talking about for this current year? That they came in for?
Do you want me to pull up the supplemental? Is that what the discussion is? I apologize.
I don't think so.
Is there any other discussion?
Do we want to wait for that number?
Oh,
Which number?
Oh, I thought you were looking up a number for
I
Marisol.
I was looking to see because they did come in for a supplemental. I have not yet seen any expenses to fund that, so you all approve with the supplementals, you all approve them. And I don't usually do anything typically until the specific things that you all have approved them for happen, and then we apply that funding as like a reimbursement to the budget based on what you all recommend, so. Kind of side note, we don't just, if you all approve 5,000, I don't just give them 5,000 to any of these requests, so far, they haven't spent that, but that's. We're still in that year.
Um. I'm kind of leaning towards, not funding their request at all, and the reason why. I think that is because it is, because it sounds like, if they do take a reduction, it sounds like that will mainly hit their in-person events. And I think that, because it showed in their previous that they have gotten funding elsewhere. And I think that they could still support themselves by getting funding elsewhere and just host virtual events. And then that would also make me feel a little easier about the gray area that this funding does present itself. And I think that funding should go more towards things that aren't in a gray area at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, like, as Eli pointed out in the request, I cited course objectives multiple times.
Yeah.
Which kind of like, we can interpret it in a really favorable way, but the words they used was citing course objectives. So it's like,
And then you pointed out assignments
Yeah.
specifically.
So that's,
So I am inclined to agree with you, Nick.
same.
Any other discussion? All right, seeing that there's no more discussion, is there a recommendation?
recommendation to not fund the current request.
Any other recommendation? Alrighty, the current recommendation is to deny their request. Calling for division of the committee. All those in favor of denying Lions Rock request, please say aye. The ayes have it, the recommendation passes. Sorry, it doesn't pass. It should have bumped it. I haven't been saying that, my bad. Saying that. The recommendation noted,
Yeah, since it's contained,
yeah,
since it's census.
since it's sense. 5-0 to 1.
I'm gonna step up for just real quick.
Is there a motion to close debate?
Motion to close debate on Lions Rock.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor of closing debate for Lions Rock budget, please say aye. Okay, the ayes have it, the debate is closed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. We have to make a new one.
What do you guys want to start with?
Oh, yeah. Probably wait.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. Motion to reset.
Oh, yeah, let's recess for a little bit. Is there a
5
motion to recess? I'll enter.
Motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Already, there's a second.
Thanks.
My bad.
Any discussion? All those in favor of recessing for 5 minutes, please say aye. The ayes have it, we'll reconvene at 11:20. And then we'll have to break again.
Yeah.
Time for another.
Don't you have these?
I have one around.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that one and another one. It's a blue version that says, speak up about community. I forget the exact wording of it. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Well, it's funny that you say that because it was where I got these was at the bee fair from Nick. And, we were literally there trying to get people to sign up, and that is actually where I met Oscar. Oh, it's, yeah. And I was like, oh, you should try that. And that was. Yeah, he's sick, by the way.
Yeah, I thought
Okay.
So is it still open on Friday? There's no second, there's no like.
I would think so.
Yeah,
So you're.
it's open.
That's why you're doing this instead of.
And say you joined like the last week of spring, you still get that training, and at the very least, say you're open to do that in December quarter if it's needed for any supplemental funding or to next fall, if they want to be.
You're gonna be here. That's certainly hope we have a returner to the winning committee, because next year is, I think. Next year is gonna. So much. Oh. Oh.
It answers, it asks them what they're
When did
calling
you guys
about,
wanna
and then
recess for?
usually they.
Are you
I was-
serious?
I was thinking 12,
Love it.
you said when?
I didn't know
Yeah.
you could do that.
All right, I call this meeting back to order at 11:21. We are about to have lunch actually, so we'll have to do a longer recess. But is there a motion to recess?
Motion to recess for lunch.
How long? Or until,
Is that giving you time, Robbie?
Oh, yeah, I only live like 7 minutes away.
alrighty, the current motion is to recess until 12. Is there a second? Second that. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of taking a recess until noon, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, we'll reconvene at noon. Meeting back to, I guess.
I think my most brutal class this quarter by far is math 330. Maybe that one does do it. And it's just because like I don't feel like the subject's that hard, but it's just it uses really weird format where like we show up first day and first like, oh, I fixed math classes for everyone. We're gonna like do this flip classroom thing, do a bunch of lectures all outside, and then we just show up and do like busy work in the class. And then the exams aren't normal exams; they're like these little standards you gotta practice, but it's kind of like an all or nothing thing. It's just like the format makes it really tough. But like the actual stuff, I mean, there's tough stuff you're covering in it too. Like counting gets pretty rough, but yeah, that was disproportionately my most time consuming class this quarter by a lot.
Minus the, like, I don't understand. It's not, just like a theory.
Same thing.
Oh, Madison. I'm trying. Yeah, I suppose we don't need the mic right close to. Oh yeah, the loud talkers.
Doesn't she have a meeting minutes? She should know when we're reconvening.
Yeah, I have a question. So I might just be dumb.
Yeah.
But,
There's no such thing.
okay, because I feel like I've been getting like mixed answers on this. Can we come back to stuff we've already voted on?
Yes. So Eli and I talked about that.
Yes, so there's a process, so it's called a motion to reconsider. Okay. And only the people that voted. How do I explain it? So if you're on the winning side of that vote, you're the only one that can make that motion to reconsider. And then get seconded, and then we can reconsider like all the options. And then
Would that be for the ones that happened yesterday,
yes.
that were actually voted on?
Yeah.
Okay. Cause I think we're gonna have to.
We'll have to do it for every single one because, well, actually, I don't know. I don't know if there's one person that was on the winning side of every single, probably one or two.
Not to pull anybody out, but we didn't keep track of, well, Mia might have in yesterday's minutes on votes.
We just like go one by one.
And just say, does anyone want to reconsider this subject? Yeah, where's Oscar?
Okay. Oscar won't be joining us at all today.
Okay.
I'm going to go see if I can find it.
I think, like for next, I guess we won't be here for any next deliberations, but I think when you vote and what we're doing now is a really good idea for future deliberations, not actually voting on anything at the beginning, but just like recommending.
Take on a consensus.
Yeah.
I agree.
Because then, yeah, you just get into those issues at the end.
It's kind of difficult to do a holistic review when you're doing individual.
Versus now we have a rough estimate of what we're gonna have at the end. We can go back and cut more.
Aaron, what are we at right now?
It hasn't moved a lot, from the one that we've been doing. We're heading on the option, for option one. You have 112,000 to go, option two, 323,000 to go. Before we hit that allocation amount, but knowing that we'll probably over allocate on the first round.
How many more do we have to go through?
We're getting close to the,
There's 12 more areas that we, have to go to look at, and then, after that, we'll hit everyone.
Do you think we should go through the, like, first when we come back, do you think we should hit the items that are over 100,000? Because there's only 3 of them.
It's an option.
I was either gonna suggest that or go and look at the academic ones. Such as marching band, pep band, theater arts.
Those we still have to hear, we'll all have to consider the, through this first round, so.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then you might, you know, as you're looking at it, however you decide to, you might, look at like their total budget, or you might look at like one of the sections of budget of like, well, this one has a lot of student wages, or, you know, however. That's why I gave you this hideous giant thing, and just to try to allow a little different vantage points, because with a higher budget, then if they took a 20% reduction, that's a higher amount to cut than a smaller budget. You know, 20% of 10,000 is a lot less of a dollar amount than 20% of 100,000, which may or may not really mean anything, but there's just so many sort of ways to slice it up. But another thing you might look at is trying to go in and look at number of students impacted, you know, to maybe look at some of those that maybe we didn't look at a specific number, but you know, you guys can try and figure that out, or we can do some analysis on some of these to really figure out the number of students, and are those, is that a good use of funds?
Alrighty, I call this meeting back to order at 12:07. First item business. Oh, yes, we need to create a new docket. So we have a couple more items left. Those include ACWU Equity and Services Council, Theater Arts, Community Garden, and at the Wildcat Neighborhood Farm, Office of University Student Research, Transfer Center, wait, we did that.
Yeah.
CWU Mariachi Band, Office of Case Management, ESC/ACWU, Pet Band, Marching Band, Museum of Culture and Environment, and Career Services Westside.
I think we still have the art gallery.
And then did we do veterans already?
Oh, my bad.
There's, that's right.
So just let me know, I'm open to any items.
Let's take a look at academics first. Okay, we'll take a look at academics first. Where do we want to start? Theater arts, marching band, pep band, and mariachi. Would we consider mariachi a academic?
There is a mariachi class. Yeah, I've got some.
Do you want to start with mariachi or?
sure, we can
Yeah,
start there.
I think that one's gonna be a issue that we're gonna have to discuss.
Any other topic? Anything else?
I would like to follow up with theater arts.
Anything else?
No, we could talk about veterans a lot after staying.
Any other items? It's the Equity and Services Council. Yes. They're,
Funding for the recognized awards.
Don't we have to approve them a specific amount? Or no?
I'm sorry, what?
Do we have to approve them a specific amount? Cause I remember he was talking about that each organization gets like $5,000 or something.
According to their
Oh, okay,
policy.
their policy.
I think that they have some documentation that says that that's what they get. Does that, excuse me, does that mean that that's what you all have to, does that mean it has to come from here? I think that's, I would say it doesn't have to. But knowing that there may not be, they might have to update or give less, however.
Any other items? Any other items?
The art gallery.
Anything else?
Touch on marching band and pep band after that.
And then did we do the communications cat TV?
But
yeah.
they did not present, so
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so that's, yeah.
so we still have source left. And then did we put veterans already?
Yeah.
I think we're missing the Wildcat garden.
So, I don't think it's that.
Website.
Yes.
Garden's the farm, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
They're separate.
Yeah.
The farm, the garden is at the farm,
Oh,
Yeah,
but the farm operates through the auxiliary areas and, produces food and things that are served here, and the garden is a small portion of that allows for community garden.
I think that's everything.
Did we put source on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now. Okay, the current docket reads as mariachi, case management, theater, veterans, ESC, museum, art gallery, marching band and pep band, Wildcat Farm, West Side Careers Services, and Source. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We have mariachi, case management, theater, veterans, ESC, museum, art gallery, marching band and pep band, Wildcat Farm, West Side Career Services, and Source.
I'll clarify one thing, the Wildcat Farm, the Wildcat Community Garden.
Oh. Is there any rearranging of order that you guys would like? Cool. So, since I do participate in the mariachi, I will be stepping back for presiding. Yeah. I guess we don't switch spots.
Can you preside over?
Oh, okay, oh, that's one thing, okay, I got confused for a moment. We have a motion to open debate on mariachi band.
Motion to open.
Motion to open debate.
I motion to open debate on mariachi.
We have a second.
Second. Yeah, we did the Spider-Man meme right now.
We got a couple seconds, so, I guess, all those in favor for open debate, please say aye. Let's have it. Alright, so. Does that just mean the four of us are going? Oh, yeah, cause I can't vote on this one. Okay, bye.
Oh, shoot, wait. So do we?
It's still technically quorum because
Yeah.
there's four of you.
Okay, I would just have to. abstain. Okay. Mariachi.
I'll say, I spoke on, Beyond the fact that we're kind of harsh on the well, the fact that. If I could get paid, so that seemed kind of accurate. To us, but.
The other issue I had with it is there is still the potential to fund it through the music department. They were talking about getting a professor teacher for the club, which would go against guidelines because we can't pay for a professor to teach.
Yes.
There were some questions, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, there were some questions asked to Mariachi that are in your packet. And they weren't the 20% questions because they hadn't been funded before, so they were a little bit more pointed questions you all had for them.
Oh, the pointer.
That was on February 21st.
I have it on 28.
Oh, 28th, I apologize.
During the presentation, I think we asked whether those would be categorized. Either the range to the next one that they had to be specifically measured and altered to the person. So.
Monday.
Okay, so then this person's gonna purchase like that. And we keep it.
They gave a scenario where once they have enough, there is potential for alterations for the game plan.
Bahas.
Yeah, I think the argument that was made regarding it specifically too in the comparison to like uniform or something like that, but I think. One that I point out too, a little bit of that comparison, a lot of times typically when we're talking about like a work uniform or something like that, it's not. Usually something you might have to pay entirely or have the expectation entirely be paying for yourselves. As well, not that comparison. I don't know if it did.
You were working rate, Robbie, it's on the 21st.
And looking at one of the questions that was asked, what is most important in the request? And one of the main things they were seeking was an instructor. It's the top priority, and then secondly was the trajes. So if we are providing an instructor, would that essentially be simulating a class?
Yeah, because I'm assuming that, well, I don't want to assume.
Yeah.
However, the class and the club are really intermingled with each other. So I can see where the instructor that is paid by the S&A budget would read into the academic part of it, because there's not really a program, it's more like a club at this point.
And in accordance with Chilean guidelines, are we allowed to fund a club? Because I guess
I think yes, because it is extracurricular. A club itself is extracurricular, but in my opinion, it is a gray area. Well, it's not really gray area. It's like, it's kind of black and white because the club is also part of the class.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and also keeping in mind that S&A actually already does provide funding for all clubs through the club travel, which is the slice budget. And so, so yes, S&A can be used to fund the club. I think in this case, for you all to consider is that a precedent, number one, that to be set because that there are something clubs, and, or is it something that should be, maybe they're like part of the music band department like the other bands, or does Lights need to come and request that funding through their normal process, or do you fund the mariachi without?
Yes, and a club could not hire an instructor. They could hire a performer or something like that, but again, that would go through Slice to do the contracting and negotiating. There are processes and guidelines and legalities that have to be done formally.
This would be like they're overstepping spice.
It's not overstepping. Because they're a club, they need to work through Slice for their requests of a performer or contracting with a performer. S&A hasn't traditionally funded clubs without going through Slice. We haven't individually picked and chosen what clubs to fund. Does that make sense?
Whole lot of change.
And then on page 3 of the billing guidelines, student government clubs or activities of other official student organizations are allowed for S&A.
And just to give you another historical context from years ago, and I'm looking past, I didn't mean to look past you, but Nick may have some. So the S&A committee prior to you all 4 years ago during base funding, there was a time where S&A did fund clubs, any club who came and did a supplemental. And as you can imagine, that was an extremely overwhelming task because we have 100 clubs coming to S&A all the time asking for funds. So what it was decided 4 years ago is that they would take this pot of money and give it to the student club coordinator in Slice, and they would do that as part of RSOs instead of S&A funding every individual club. And then, but again, to Aaron's point, Slice can come to S&A and ask for a supplemental request to give more funds to club, to help fund something of a club. But the precedent has not been set in our current funding cycle for a club to come seek funds from us directly without going, I think as Marisol was saying, without going through Slice.
So effectively, prior decision, delegation, that. I think if I remember a little correctly, presentation is they, I want to say voice frustration with the process of trying to seek funding through the proper channels, which is probably why they do this. I don't remember exactly what the frustration was, but saying that.
And going back to Robbie's comment, specifically if we were to fund this program, because they are a club, that would open up the avenue for clubs next quadrennium to do the same.
Yeah.
So it would kind of bypass what was previously done in the last quadrennium. That's another thought to have on this, but on the request itself, I don't think the instructor itself would fall within the Killian guidelines. And in a fashion, they're trying to also become somewhat like the pep band or the marching band, but there's no base program to have them like, I guess, supported with. So that's
creating.
yeah.
I think it might be better for the mariachi to ask Slice to submit a supplemental request probably not for $132,000, but for maybe
the trajes.
yeah, for the drives or something. I think they're frustrated with the Central's commitment to like diversity and wanting to promote the Hispanic community without having like a channel like where students can actually go and do that in a way that's accessible. So I think this is a way for them to kind of make that leap rather than step, to make it known that they want the resources and they deserve it. However, I do think that it would be easier technicality wise and like kind of chain of command wise for them to ask and negotiate with Slice to possibly submit supplemental request for for Trajes or kind of do a little version based funding through Slice.
Those slides has a. you know, it's like, any kind of work happening. Okay, yeah, that makes.
I would say because there are other avenues for them to go through currently. Setting up a new base funding for them would not be ideal for this program yet, given the budget cuts we have.
I would agree. And I would also agree because they wouldn't have that help from an instructor specifically, from like the music department. So they don't have that guidance. If it were to have it been established beforehand and they were kind of just asking for the trajes, it would be similar to the marching band. But since there isn't that kind of cooperation yet, it probably isn't the best time to do so. Yeah.
A good time for us, for sure. Here, no more debate, do we have a motion for recommendation?
Consensus or
Consensus, or
Uh,
how are we phrasing it?
is there a recommendation?
Yeah, is there a recommendation?
recommendation to deny the current requested amount for the mariachi program.
And then can we get a kind of just, you know, vote to see if the division on it, not. Division? Yeah, or how are we phrasing it?
Census.
Consensus, yeah, there we go. So I guess, those in favor of that proposal, please say aye. That extension. Two abstentions.
It's not.
No, you can't do anything.
Oh, we actually.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Well, actually, you can't take a preside over it. Okay. All right, we have a motion to close the base.
Motion to close debate on the current topic.
Do we have a second?
second.
All all those in favor of closing this debate, please say aye. Let's have it.
Alrighty, so the next item is case management. Is there a motion to open debate on case management budget?
Motion to open debate on case management budget.
For a second? Any discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor of starting debate on case management budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, the floor is open.
I think it's essentially a pretty important service that they offer. With that, they also did the 20% reduction versus the last year. Cause it's like more of like a, well, mental health thing is how I put it. Versus, I mean, they do offer like some guidance in that route for people that were, well, parting ways at the university, but it's more about, yeah, supporting.
Just like your referrals for suicide, hospitalization, non-suicidal self-injury, mental health, basic needs, academic challenges, grief loss.
Like a reception.
Yeah, so on this, org chart that's on here, this is just the S&A portion. But they have mentioned that they have actually 4 positions. And 2 of those are funded separately that are empty. Or vacant positions, and then they're adding a office manager, but not to S&A.
They currently share. I think it's the full conference services section or something. Oh, that it. Yes.
We have 2 right now, and they're waiting to fill those other 2 to see what happens. She had mentioned to see what happens here. If they were receiving funding, they would move those positions over to the state funded side. If you receive funding, they'll. But both that staff, the current case managers are permanent staff, and then the vacant positions are temporary.
I'm kind of thinking since they are asking for the 20% reduction, that is what we told them. And they do have 2 case managers, which for the amount of students that, for the amount of individual students that are held and that are reported every year, that's, I mean, that's a lot to deal with.
I think so. 4,000 cases.
But yeah. And if we give them the amount, that would be enough for them to hire the other full-time staff, correct?
Yes, they have the budget available. My understanding was that they have the budget available. And so if, if one was funded here, they would be able to hire one over here and pay the other one over here. If 2 are funded here, they'll hire 2 more. If 0, then they will hire 2. And still have the 2.
I have a question. Wasn't there was something similar, like the wellness center?
The path advocate.
What was the history of that? Like, why was it not fascinating?
So one of the Killian guidelines, if you look at, is that S&A should not fund things that the committee believes should be funded by the institution. And that was the decision with the wellness path advocate, is that the S&A committee thought that the institution should fund that resource to students.
It does state that they are working with the executive director of the health and wellness committee to identify where they're coming from. So that they can return the full back.
It kind of ringed a bell. It related to student health. And it's really heavy. Because like, I don't know if the university has option to it through the university compared to S&A. So it's really heavy.
I think in this case, Joy did say that the 2 would be funded by the university, like basically through your tuition dollars. And then the university can afford the 2. And so this would be two more. Now, the two that are working are currently on the S&A side as far as funding goes. And so this is one that, according to the department, if it was not funded, it would still continue to exist through state funding and mental health earmark.
I don't think I was here during this,
Oh,
but yeah, it's still.
yeah, it's important.
Any discussion?
So it's kind of like more as people think that if we basically were to approve without adding more versus to help with the workload. Yeah, that kind of.
So regardless if we fund it or not, they will still have the two employees. This funding would allow them to hire 2 additional employees. To lessen the list.
Also, I personally burn out.
That's where, given the budget where we're at, I would be okay giving them 1 extra. I think 2 would be outside our budget range.
Any other discussion? Other discussion? Already seeing none, is there a recommendation?
Let me do some calculations. So I would be okay giving them 50% of what they requested last budget. That would give them $85,181.50. We can just round that up to 86.
Any other discussion?
I don't think we would have the answer to this, but the other state funding, was that through a grant?
That is through legislative earmark funding, so specifically for the money from the state that is provided to Central for mental health funding. That's what, if you look at the budget, my understanding from the presentation is that that's what this money is from, that other funds received, and I think that that is, what they're able to use to kind of plug any budget hole they have in that whole area.
And the reason I ask is specifically within that legislation, if there is a specific time for that, if it's only within the next biennium or.
They typically, I think they typically are sort of renewed and reviewed.
Cause my,
Once the appropriation is given, I think that they do it every biennium.
review it, everybody,
Probably.
cause that would be my only worry if we were to fund one position and they were to lose that funding from the state in 2 years. Considering the state's budget cuts. But that's just a thought.
Well, if we open the door for the funding, does that mean they can come back and make an
S&A.
adjustment?
That's right. If you all fund them, then they are still available or eligible for supplemental funding, and if something really severe happened where, you know, that wasn't needed, then you all or whoever is here would be able to address that, and should there be a supplemental available. As well as asking out to the state for additional resources and.
Any other discussion? Is there a recommendation?
I recommend to cut the budget down to 50% of the prior request.
Any other recommendation? All right, the current recommendation is to cut the Office of Case Management's budget by 50%. Calling for a division of the committee. Is all those in favor, please say aye. Okay, the recommendation has it, or the ayes have it. Recommendation passes 5-0 to 1.
There's been increased rounding off that 50%. So are we now no longer rounding up at 50%?
That is true. Yes, no longer rounding up.
So it's just the 85, 150.
Yes.
I have 85,
181.
180, 150.
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Is there any other discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor? Is there a motion to close debate?
Motion to close debate on case management.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of closing debate on Office of Case Management budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, debate's closed. Next item is theater department. Is there a motion to open debate on theater department budget?
Motion to open debate on theater arts budget.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of opening debate on theater department budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, the floor is open.
This all just for the equipment center.
Pretty much. They wanted to increase their budget from prior year.
And the main issue was like, so the theater or film departments changed who owns them a long time. To the theater department. The funding that was previously this is provided disappears like that and.
Yep.
So now there's the.
So my original issue with this was they said they received the film area in 23. And they ran it somehow for the past 2 years with no. And now they want to move and apply for extra positions for that area. That's the issue I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think they felt like the amount of staff they could have on it wasn't enough to follow service or check out equipment as they would want to. And then I think. Yeah, it's like, because I think they had to cut back on the theater stuff. I guess, but we were right, you know, so this one's longer. I think. So it doesn't feel like a word. But yeah.
I looked at the PowerPoint, it doesn't have numbers per se, so that referring back to the documents they provided might be a better source of information. And then, Tina did respond in the Q&A request that you all had for them.
Forgotten. Right up there's.
And, considering this as well, with one of the questions they answered the number of students interacted with, the results of the labor support, the work of students studying in 5 majors, 3 minors, currently about 160 students. Would that effectively be associated with the class, so not following Chilean guidelines?
So I think there's an argument could be made this is associated with the class sort of, because I think the rules are for checking out their equipment unless they've changed it since the department changed, is that it pretty much has to be associated with the class when you're checking out this equipment, otherwise you can't use the equipment. So, and then classes have projects that would require you to use the equipment, therefore you could argue it is a class requirement. I don't think you could just really use the equipment if you want to, and also I would also add to, like, if you're outside of the film or theater department, you probably couldn't actually check out at all either. So it's really those students.
You mentioned the minors within the program. Would it be something they could get like?
That is a question. I think it almost falls into the same category as mariachi, where they have classes already, mariachi, but there are classes associated with this. And they're looking for funding to essentially more student employees to help with those classes. Yeah. And I think it's hard to argue it's not being used in classes when my knowledge is only checked out 4 classes and 4 class assignments. Yeah. With potential exceptions on the basis of the policy film / theater, but generally that's sort of. Once again, unless it's changed within the last year, that information may be accurate after a year. They also employ for education. Maintaining, repairing, and using equipment and materials that support the theater department. Now, a big argument, I'm blanking on his name, we was helping present on it back in October when they're making the supplemental request for the very same thing, the whole continuation of it, which I think his argument also that it's adding valuable job experience for people in the department, but I think it's kind of hard to separate the classic. They also have a student film production from 4 classes. Begs my question. Am I allowed to host an event or put on an event for theater arts if I'm not a part of these classes? Not unless they change policy.
Just because it would still have the same concerns about it, about the Chilean guidelines, no matter how much we fund it.
Let me look at it once again here. It's kind of, there's probably other people, there might be a few. Yes. So I'm also speaking specifically on just the checkout stuff. Because that's what they came to the start of the request.
Yeah.
For this. I have the same thoughts on that. That Eric just said, like, they moved this whole department into theater arts, the film, but they got no funding for it.
it's like, I think it's the, yeah, going from hot potatoes around.
It's like,
And Marisol, what you would be proposing would be a 71% reduction of their ask, or of their previous request.
everyone, please, speak up. It's hard to.
What was proposed? Proposed was 55,737.
That was the prior.
That was the
Yes,
prior,
the
so
prior.
the new
Well,
request is,
Then
But what was proposed?
proposed, she said 40,000. Which would be a 71% reduction from the 55,737.
Won't be a 77% of that 55.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
sorry.
so one minus what?
Yeah.
Any other discussion? I guess we-
25 students across 7 job types.
Once you take that and divide it by the minutes. Divide that by.
What was the number in Marisol proposed?
Oh, no, I was wondering.
So it'd be 2,400 hours.
You know, here one thing that on the report was that studies supported by results of slavery.
And I don't remember, did they have in their presentation that any of the ticket sale revenue from any of these programs, to offset any of these bonds?
I think we asked about that, I don't remember the ones.
I think the only possible revenue was the high school, but I don't know if they charged for that.
They also know by sending self-supported funds, so.
But the charge ticket price for both those attendees. Is reduced for students versus general audience, but.
What does that fund go towards?
Fine, is it, but
It's like when they have. A performance and filtering tips. Is that what that is?
Yes.
So why don't we see the that? Is that-
I doubt, yes.
Yeah.
That it probably goes to their, what we would call their 148 budget, which is like their self-generated, revenue budget.
So, I think.
Yeah.
Could you basically speak up more?
Yes.
You guys
Yeah.
have like really soft voices. It's like, it's really calming, but it's like, it's a little hard to hear over here, so,
Okay.
I'll do my best to remind you, I'm trying to like,
Yeah, no worries.
yeah.
And I was just thinking about specifically what these positions do and function as. And they aren't necessarily closely, most of them aren't closely related to classes. They use the skills they learn in classes to perform different theater arts and performances and support those. So that makes sense to me. The 2 positions or 3 positions, I forget how many it is, that are associated with supporting classes and theater students within the equipment. I don't believe falls in the Killian guidelines, at least that specifically. But the functionality of the student employments do, I would say. But that portion doesn't, because I feel like that should be either funded by the theater and arts department or either supported with one of their staff, not essentially from S&A funds, but that's my thoughts.
I can see where you come from. But
And that specific thing used to be funded with other money too, just, yeah, they're coming to us now just because they don't know where that money is.
Looks like either,
Sorry, please, can you repeat that?
yeah, the 35, but that's unreasonable, or are we still on no funding because of that? That's where I'm. Can we go lower than what they asked for, or is it just doesn't?
I think we're sitting in the gray area right now of, is this class orientated?
Yeah.
Or not?
Kind of where I'm seeing it from is like, I know I kind of say this a lot, like, well, what do you guys think the productions would still be able to function normally without these student positions? So that's kind of how I always think of it when it comes to this gray area. Thinking of it backwards. But yeah, I see some conflict with the Killian outline, even if it's like more separated, because like Nick, you mentioned, they use the skills they learned in class to then work in these positions that then help the productions that then students get academic credit for in class. So
Do they receive academic credit?
for productions, yeah.
Oh, I see. So that would kind of conflict.
Yeah, I don't think of it as much if like the production was entirely separate from the class or something like that, like this, or if they do actual ones that aren't at all associated with classes, but. I don't think that's the case, so.
I think it's hard to with the funding because you aren't able to see, a lot of the positions that they're wanting to hire for are actually, earning revenue. And that's, so it's kind of like hard to see that other side of the equation. Should the revenue from these productions pay for the cost of the students working on them, or, and that's where, you know, you have your Killian guideline says it is or is not, and then another layer for you all to decide, even if we are allowed, then should we, you know, and that's the paper.
And I don't believe they provided them, or did they provide the number of students that attend these productions?
I think that's what
The paint and paint. Paint
the
and
bond
trade.
out.
Here by class,
Oh, no.
but then there is one more thing. As a offer, so some of the versus some, students.
What's about?
Is the red the student then?
Correct.
So they currently.
Also, then we talked about earlier how it is sort of an academic requirement for theater students to actually attend their plays and stuff as well. It's not like you specify to go to like a specific one, but you have to go to X amount per years.
And you have to participate as well.
Yeah, certain classes are participation, so that aren't, you know.
Would it be reasonable to only funding, say, 10%? 10 students.
Any discussion? All right, seeing that there's no more discussion. Oh, is there a recommendation? Seeing that there's no recommendation, of course.
I think the biggest issue at hand is, are we considering this fundable or not?
That's first, I think we can decide on a reduction first. Pointedly ask that. Gonna be short.
Personally, I don't think that it is fundable. Or I think that there's definitely some conflicts.
One of the things I see in the question and answers. Reducing them further would result in reduced access to equipment for majors and minors. Here in both programs. Which implies that it's specifically related to courses.
And also the something like impact too, it reduces the impact of students of that program as well. Sort of. So, but
yeah.
I, on the same where we've been trying to list those ones, I think I would be inclined to say we can.
Any other discussion? Is there a recommendation?
Recommend to deny the funding request.
All right, any other recommendation? The current recommendation is to deny the current funding request. On for division of the committee, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the recommendation passes 5-0 to 1. Is there a motion to close debate?
Motion to close the debate.
Is there a second?
Second that. I'll second that.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't know.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of closing the debate on either budget, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, floor is closed. Next item is Veteran Center. Is there a motion to open debate on Veteran Center?
Motion to open debate.
I'll be abstaining.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right.
Yeah.
All those in favor of opening debate on the Veteran Center, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the floor is open.
They are taking the 20%.
That is an option in the court.
It also looked through meeting minutes, but they wanted to reference.
Like they put all information in there. That was their request, so.
there any discussion? Or are you still like?
Still looking.
Like,
Different individuals.
where you could have 100 and it would be one person going 100 times. But a unique student count would be 100 students going one. So it's not repeat student, but you're. I mean, we're all. I think that the most of that difference looks like in and I'm not sure if they add a vacant position for a little bit during that
I
time.
think they do. Vacant position there. We'll see what they before.
And one of the notes I made just as is that they're only asking, it's an 80-20 split of a position. So the state's paying for 80% and they're asking S&A to pay for 20% of one position plus goods and services. And that's of their outreach coordinator.
Effectively, if we do reduce it, budget, it's going to affect goods and services with the. Most likely.
Yeah, we support all the veterans and veteran communities. And so they're kind of saying that if you've had an additional reduction, you can't reduce more of the salary. And so it would have to come out of that. That's in that first and 147 done.
Any other discussion?
Schools is a fully fundable. It's supporting students directly. There's no relationship to classes or anything like that.
I mean, part one.
recipe 6.
Central has a pretty large veteran club. So I think might be the most. All the colleges. Well, proportionally. but small state.
Any other discussion?
Depending on which option we choose and when we revisit other decisions. I think right now we're over our budget, correct, Aaron?
Not yet,
Oh, no.
very close. So on option one, you've got 26,500 left, so this would get you over. Option two, you've got 237,000.
I personally am leaning towards fully funding. This is one of the few programs we've looked at that I think services students directly. Has no downside. If we do further decrease funding, it directly affects those students involved.
I would agree.
So. Any other discussion? All right, is there a recommendation?
Recommend to fully fund the veterans program.
Any other recommendation? Our recommendation is to fully fund the Veteran Center program, budget, sorry. Calling for division of the committee is. Why do I keep saying it is? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Alrighty, that the ayes have it, the recommendation passes 4-0 to 2. Is there a motion to close debate? Motion to close debate. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Jinx.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of closing debate on Veteran Center budget, please say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it, debate is closed.
So now we're over for right, because we haven't technically approved. Or maybe like brought it to a vote, but. Yeah, tentatively, yeah.
So if, and it's kind of it is kind of a strange jerky like timing, but if you all do not increase the fee for next year, then, you are over currently. If you are going to end up reducing the fee, then you're not over currently, and you don't have to make, and shouldn't make that decision, because I think that has a separate process that goes through ASCWU to actually do a formal fee increase, but if you are thinking that that's what you want to set your budget at, then that's kind of, it's hard to really say for sure, because there's so many ifs and buts and stuff in there, but yes, if you don't increase your fee, you're over 12,000. If you end up increasing the fee, then you've got about 200,000. And that's before you even think.
All right, the next item is ESC Equity and Services Council. Is there a motion to open debate?
Motion to debate, open debate on the acronym.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of opening debate on ESC budget, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the floor is open.
And then I'll be abstaining from voting on this one. Or, yeah.
This is the one that has a bunch of different organizations that they get funded.
And then if you have any specific questions, I could help answer those.
But yeah,
They are not taking a reduction. They are planning to keep their current request same as last year. However, in their proposed budget, they increased by 3,500 per year during the budget.
I think that was because they were hoping, that every couple of years they could bring on one more organization.
Love to have space to bring on at least one new student organization every 2 years.
They share a space, they typically use the same office area. And I believe that their advisor, Justin, is not paid on this budget. Let me verify that he's paid under the Diversity and Equity Center budget. So this one is similar. It's kind of lies, I think, somewhere in between the deck and, the RSO funding, because it's not, these aren't clubs or,
My thinking on this is, so each club is allotted $3,500, or organization is allotted $3,500. How often does each organization utilize that full amount? We're not given those numbers. But I would be inclined to assume that they don't utilize the full 3,500 every year. They have it, or not, or that's the sort of.
I can help answer that a bit. Usually spring is the time that events or major events happen for these organizations. And specifically within that time frame, if there is a board for that organization, if they're in good standing, as well as a few other different factors, they'll usually perform an event then. But say for whatever year that board doesn't have many members participating, and there's no one to essentially coordinate a program for that event or that club, that funds will go unused, and those funds are specifically to those organizations. So just to pick on one, Mecha, if Mecha didn't decide to use it within, I guess, spring quarter or so on and so forth, it's designated to them, so the ESC director or any of, even Justin, wouldn't be able to touch it unless, I believe, the committee came to a vote and saying, if you aren't using this fund, we can repurpose it. But that may be essentially why the funds aren't spent, is because they don't have students participating or organizing those programs that usually happen within spring quarter. And it varies year to year.
It does look like the last 2 years, they left upwards of $17,000 on the table for organizations that we swept back into to S&A. I would be inclined to agree.
Bedroom big if there's. Probably something like that. That's gonna really get word. Just kind of where things are.
And I know that Justin talked about, their policy is to designate 3,500 to organizations. I'm assuming that if we reduce the number, it would affect how much the orgs get.
Yes. Because a large portion of this is specifically going to those programming budgets, or yeah, those programming budgets. And a part of that is also funding the staff positions that help coordinate and help plan these events as well. Like an overarching person to build that, and it's usually a student staff that works with the ESC director. So that's where those funding goes.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? All right, is there a recommendation? Michelle,
Recommendation to present a 20% reduction.
any other recommendation? After Stevens.
But find out how.
Okay, the current recommendation is to propose a 20% reduction. Calling for a division of the committee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? All those abstaining?
Aye, or stay.
It's like,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
yeah. All right, the recommendation passes 4-0 to 2. Next item is the museum, and then we'll take a short break after that. Sorry? Oh, thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Is there any, sorry, I'm short circuiting.
Yeah.
Is there a motion to close debate?
Oh, are we still on the last day?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I'd like to thank you for reminding us.
Alrighty, all those in favor of closing debate on the ESC budget, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, floor is closed. Next item is the museum. Is there a motion to open debate on the museum budget?
Motion to open debate on museum budget.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Alright, all those in favor of opening debate on museum budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, floor is open.
Which is above the ground, yeah, so then the wall is. Where are we?
From what I recall in their presentation, that 15,000 isn't guaranteed by the department.
And I might be wrong, but and I might have missed, but I felt like I feel like they had said that that's what they have in their foundation account, that they can use, but it would be one-time funds only. So they kind of like milk the cow one time and that's it. That's probably, can we strike that? Oh, okay, okay,
Oh,
Thank
oh my gosh.
How did I get there?
I'll put that there.
okay.
You might be thinking of the gallery too. I think had a,
I think that,
yeah. Yeah, 15,000 is not guaranteed from the volume. My thinking on it is they've made it work the past 3 years with $14,000. They have gone into the negative on fiscal year 22 and 23. But they are balancing close to at the end of 24. They are also not taking a reduction.
If we were to reduction on- to the fact that there were five. Multiple prior years. That 20% reduction would be close enough to where if they came in under. Supplemental, I wouldn't do this.
What do you?
Any other discussion? All right, seeing that there's no discussion, is there a recommendation? Any other recommendations? The current recommendation is to reduce their budget by 20%. On for division of the committee is. All those in favor, please say aye. Ayes have it. The recommendation passes 5-0 to 1.
and that one's for the one time. So,
Your motion close debate.
Let's close.
Second,
I'll second.
any discussion? All right, all those in favor of closing debate on museum budget, please say aye. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Is there a motion to recess?
Motion to recess for 10 minutes.
Current motion is to recess for 10 minutes. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor of taking a recess for 10 minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. We'll reconvene at 1:37.
Yeah, I had to eat some food, my brain was like just shut down.
Good
Like I
math.
need calories coming up. I can't make any more.
What, 6 hours?
How did the orientation thing go yesterday?
Oh, good. It was pretty quick and easy. Some people showed up. I'd say probably 8 of the people who applied for the job.
Oh wait, out of
17.
oh
Wasn't a requirement. It was just,
oh wasn't.
no, definitely not a requirement.
Let's look if we got 8.
Yeah.
How many returners do we have?
9. Grace signed on recently, so that brings us to 9. So I need 9 to 10 employees, new employees. Orientation leaders for the summer. Yeah. So we had an info session yesterday and then we're gonna do interviews right after spring, after the start at spring, my goodness, the start of spring quarter. There we go. Yeah, it'll be exciting. Get the team together.
That'll be so much fun.
Yeah, it will be. I want to stand up and move around. Oh, you're gonna shake it?
Oh, that's crazy. That's great.
Life on the edge.
Oh,
Don't.
watch this.
watching.
Oh, I saw that in a movie. I forgot what movie.
Oh, like the
Next, we have the art gallery. Is there a motion to open debate on the art gallery? Is
Motion to open debate on the art gallery.
there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of opening debate on our art gallery budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, opposed.
This is the one that they have that trust account or something like that was talking about. Also looking for an increase of nearly 11%. Yeah.
Yes, and it's the one that's not guaranteed. What was that?
Oh, or they have money from their colleges effectively, but it's not always guaranteed. That's just- The thing with 24 was that they had a vacancy. And so money got swept back from that, correct? Or was there a change in staff?
There was a change that happened where you got this staff line. And that there was one position that was partially funded by S&A. They moved that partial funding back over to the college to provide additional programming in here. So now there are no permanent staff paid out of here. There is only student staff and program staff. Yep, and you're right, this is the one with the foundation funds, that 5,400. That's the one that's probably one time only, but that's what they have in their foundation account. And then that follows along with this budget that they provided, self-support, $4,000 every other year. But that 5,400 that's in there throughout, I don't think that we get that next year.
Contracts for artists to come in, sorry, to put display their art, travel for those artists, and then I believe she said a lot of it was, shipping, programming, supplies, those types of things. So basically things to put into the gallery. Different artists, different artwork. And then students.
And I think that they have to pay for that artwork and like exhibit.
Which is why they came to us with the supplemental funding request, was to acquire that exhibit. They got on it.
That was the museum.
Oh,
Yes,
correct.
the
Yes.
trail.
That was the one that's currently in the museum.
Maybe it wasn't a trust thing, that's my, I was thinking that.
Well, they do too.
Oh, they're both, yeah.
The museum also has a foundation account that that's what they were saying, that they would use their foundation money if they weren't able to.
to the student.
I'm assuming that 29 hours a week is right between the first two.
I would.
Also 6 and 66.
That's minimum.
Oh, is it minimum wage? Well, I thought 17.
That's what, AI said it was next year.
Or no, but I thought, oh, man, I didn't know what. I guess like, I haven't really looked at what my page is recently, I just see like 17 for most jobs, so I assume that's what it was. I'm kidding.
Is one thing that I was looking at as well. Because it is open to the public, it's not just students that utilize this space.
Would argue that's kind of. Purpose of it,
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
Yeah, like, a lot of these, like, areas, they function differently, and like. Yeah, like. The art is there, it's just like, just sitting there, but, yeah, I do want to see how many of those numbers are students. And then if the department requires students to attend. Here as well.
That is what I was kind of wondering too, because in number of sections, we would say, program reviews, at least we would say programs of design that support the Department of Art and Design's educational objectives, which broad course objectives. Also, the advisory committee decides what things in the cars specifically stock over here. But. Which is shit, that's bad.
Prior students qualify for work study.
Oh, so then. Would that mean the money's there for them anyway, regardless of, or I guess I don't understand how it works, so it works.
So work study is a component of financial aid and, really it's. I think it covers 60% of the wage, and so if you had 3 work study students, then you would be able to, afford those, or, 1.5 or 1 non-work study.
So it's just like subsidized have.
It does, yeah, and that's a federal program, so it's really, for any employer of student employees, it's a like good benefit to the employer.
Any other discussion?
If we do a reduction on this, it would specifically probably affect their goods and services first before the student wages, because they do have quite a bit in goods and services.
Oh,
I'm interested to see which that would affect more. Because they may say, we're gonna cut student employment in order to keep more things in these.
what's being categorized as good.
I would expect like supplies to ship, transport, maintain.
Yeah. The kind of the whole reason.
And if they were to reduce goods and services, that would just make less exhibits or less expensive.
We're not sure.
Certain, but, Ian did mention the point in the program review section 2. They mentioned. The gallery's programs are designed to support the Department of Arts and Science educational objectives, as well as to enhance, engage, and challenge students' knowledge and understanding of art. Kind of implies that there's some sort of educational, academic part of it, but it could also just be like, well, we want to teach students in the art department what this art is about. And all students.
That's more what I would interpret it as.
Yeah, like my point was, it makes me raise an eyebrow, but there is a much more, it's not as egregious as like the request for like this supports course objective of 4 9 grade with class. It's like, oh, okay. There's like, it's vague enough that it's not necessarily a problem, but it's a big. Also sometimes think too, like, bear in mind, a lot of people writing studies requests are faculty and are probably used to always trying to cite that they're supporting education goals and requests they write, and it might just be partly habits, yeah. But I can only interpret what's actually written, so I can, let's see.
Would it be reasonable then to go with their? First, maybe
Pretty sure they don't charge you like that for them.
Not even do costumes.
So I visited and I was asked to.
That was another, I had asked, if they had like an accurate way to track the most that they found. Like,
Yeah.
pretty much people just walk in and out.
That's always a little concerned about is the utilization of the art gallery. But it's kind of hard because kind of like the observer and pulse, you don't have a way to track how many students are actually using it, other than just visual, like who's coming in or like how many less papers they have. So yeah.
That's where I would it be a good idea for the museum to start charging a $2 free for students, $2 for community or something like that?
This is a very good point.
there, parking on, it says that you have one, but on Saturdays when the parking is free. So that could be.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? All right, is there a recommendation? Any other recommendations? All right, the current recommendation is to fund up to $31,950 of their budget. Calling for division of the committee, is there, gosh. Doing it. All those in favor of that recommendation, please say aye.
I
The ayes have it, the recommendation passes 5-0 to 1.
Oh, what? We only have a couple left.
Yeah, it's done.
Yay.
And then we have to go back.
Yeah, but that'll be quicker.
All right, is there a motion to close debate?
Motion to close the debate on art gallery.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? All those in favor of closing debate on art gallery, please say aye. The ayes have it, debate is closed. Next up, we have the marching band budget. Is there a motion to open debate on the marching band budget?
Motion to open debate on marching band budget.
Is there a second?
No second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of opening debate on marching band budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, floor is open.
I think. This is a very murky one. Course requirement and overlap there. As maybe with that. Good point that I don't know if I could. Think you're conscious of proof that deny all.
And that's kind of where I was thinking too, because I know marching band, got mentioned like a lot too, when we were talking about other ones and whether or not, to fund them. We ended up not going with that.
That's
And-
an example.
Yeah. And, you know, I think especially with the budget constraints that we already have, it almost feels like why, um, should we be funding something that's already murky and with budget constraints?
And also because the department that arguably benefits the most from it is one K to report right now. To
Yeah.
Netflix. So I'm inclined for it.
I am too.
Any other discussion?
February 28th. Goods and services.
They cut the salaries to its like,
That's 25.
yes, so far away. They cut out 15,300 from students. Does say how their program aligns with S&A is supporting co-curricular, does that fall in?
Tech
Co-curricular
code, that would,
falls in line with curricular.
yeah, I would be inclined to read the Killian requirement real quickly.
And I think that, this is a little bit higher than what they actually submitted.
Correct, and he addressed that.
If this is the correct one.
I actually have the opposite,
Thank you. So,
What's that?
that,
oh,
that,
That is the correct one?
that's what I have here,
36,932.
yes.
So I would say this falls under curriculum development activity, which is impermissible. Considered to be part of a fundamental education objective.
Co-curricular to me implies like it's taken along the class.
Yeah.
As in they are intimately tied together.
Yes, I would agree.
Not like that I use class, that must also show up at that time, student outside of class.
Any other discussion?
I'm just looking through the documents real quick.
He also says complements academic experience.
That alone is vague enough
Yeah.
to me that because saying that's particularly an issue, but absolutely.
But do make sure you all read through number 5 on their annual program review, when it talks about expanding access and inclusivity by offering open participation for all students, for students of all majors and experience levels.
Marisol, are you gonna? Organizational time, and then their first 2 bullet points. The first one says supplemental costs for equipment, for recruitment and retention.
initiatives. And then the second one, enhancing student experience by providing additional resources for instruction and equipment. That alone goes towards the not.
There's one question on the section 5 thing too, is how many non. Participate. Because if it's a large amount, then that may change.
But I think with the information that we are presented, it's.
Which is a little bit about question 7. How many unique students are at the program?
Under that same program, review number 7.
So that each student in the marching band is enrolled in a course music 287 for marching band. Breakers for music dry clear and count all students officially registered. Are we looking at that band or marching band?
Marching band.
Participation in auditions, track annually, so you have to audition for it as well. Of course, you could probably take if you're outside the major, I'm guessing, but. It's still-
It's actually required for us for.
Oh,
But it's like classes like any other. Extracurricular class, or not extra, sorry. You don't have to take any prerequisites, I mean, to take that class.
Yeah.
So the class itself is open to everyone. Though it is a requirement for music majors to take it. The issue I'm following with is that there are parts of the instructional, like parts like the section leaders, drum majors as well, that help the instructional part of the class. I did marching band. Marching band is not possible without section leaders and drum majors. Like they're the, like second to the professor. It's like the most important. And the fact that they're getting paid for that is a little sketchy to me. It's like, I don't know, it's like having more teachers, but they're just like students.
it's like a paid team.
Yeah. It's kind of.
And I would also refer to the question sheet, they kind of answer that within that as well.
There's always on its helpers. You know, I know that that's a position that's one.
I think it's a student position, but that's the.
It's right in the middle.
I think there was something similar to. There was some part of SME that was funding the symphony orchestra. And they said something about how it was too close to academics. So this is probably, well, this is not relevant, not kind of relevant, but I'm wondering how the symphony orchestra's budget is cut, not marching. Even though they make same structure.
The only guess I'll almost make is maybe that's because these have more public visibility since we see them at football games and stuff, but. That's still, yeah, it's a lot, I feel like I'm still inclined to something about it, but.
And this makes me wonder how other universities fund their pep bands, specifically if it's within their music department or if it's S&A funded.
Or funded by the athletics department.
Also, yeah.
But Eli, did you have a chance to read the question you asked targeted at?
Yes.
Okay. make sure.
It could also have been like specific things that they were funding, like, maybe cleaning uniforms is, you know, something that the department couldn't pay for over the travel. There might be like certain components, and then, you know, that were there 4 years ago that might have worked into
That's true.
something else. So that might be something to think about too, especially as we start going back through if there's a certain component that you all want to look at.
In the questions that you all asked Dr. Fagan, he does address some of that. For instance, they're not traveling anymore.
I think he did point out, try to get funding from athletics department for too, just. No. Hand out money for it.
He addresses the fact that the marching band is a requirement for music education, music curriculum, pointed out. But says that the S&A funds primarily support extracurricular aspects. Which is the student leadership teaching music.
Why we would not take terms of production, the response, the last one, where it says limit opportunity and reduce the mentorship and teaching provided by student leaders. So that was under. Yeah,
And that was more probably the effect, it sounds like paid team. Even if the original justification for it may not have been that integral class, but if that's how it's being now.
I feel like if it's extracurricular, that position should not be filled by someone in the course and being paid for that.
So like put it similarly, this department has paid TA positions that they hire for, and you don't necessarily have to get the coursework, but they also don't see funding outside of it. For it, because it's directly supporting those classes.
I'm also curious, what does it mean when courses have extracurricular components?
Well, my interpretation would be that it's outside of the classroom experience. So as Eric mentioned, or Ian, one of the two mentioned, it's in conjunction with the coursework. Aaron, would you interpret that similarly?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to go out dictionary co-curricular if you'd like an official,
Yeah, let's see.
let's do it.
Then we have to assume they're using the same language.
That's true.
The other thing I wonder about is these paid TA positions. I'm going to assume that they're only from the class. I don't think anyone else from the class could be allowed to apply for this position.
You're probably allowed to apply, but likelihood of getting hired without that probably is almost zero.
they do mention something about retention efforts, but. If there were some funding, I would be inclined to move them.
Personally, I'm leaning towards not fighting it because of the conflicts, even in the gray area with the killing.
And the co-curricular is activities that take place outside of the classroom, but are still tied to a classroom curriculum in some way.
That's where we go. Could athletics department, could they afford to fund that? I find it weird because a lot of bigger colleges, these bands are essentially an athletic department. They fall under a lot of the same guidelines that athletes do.
And that's kind of what Nick was bringing up earlier, is how to call this fund this.
Majority of large colleges, the band is funded out of the athletics and the music part.
So like Aaron said earlier, are there aspects of marching band that S&A does deem
Fundable.
fundable when it comes to our priorities?
And to that, I would say specifically, maybe the student payrolls, but specifically goods and services, but not necessarily the percussion instructor or the color guards instructor position. Because that feels similarly to how the mariachi band was requesting an instructor. That should likely fall under the music department, but those are my thoughts.
That's where we bring up the ATA.
Yeah.
Because it's co-curricular. Are we allowed to pay for that?
Any other discussion?
All those are the instructors, right?
Right.
That's the only question.
I don't, I didn't interpret that they were trying to replace those. I thought Dr. Fagan had said that they had been gone since 2022
Yeah.
and that they had kind of restructured. But there currently is a payroll for the student leaders, about $6,000 for their student leads to help with marching band. I apologize. Section leaders is the term used on their org chart. So I don't believe he's asking, because he did reduce, so I don't believe he's asking to rehire those positions. I think he was just stating that they were originally funded for them, but because of decreases, have chosen not to rehire them.
Any other discussion?
Do we think there is any portion of this that we can maybe travel? They do have $140 travel expense. Like,
I'm actually confused about that because it says the marching band hasn't traveled in the past.
he touched on that. It was to transport equipment from the music department to the field.
Correct.
Oh, so they used motor pool and got a big van, loaded everything and drove it over. I see.
I personally don't see a portion of this that we can fund on or just because of the budget constraints that we're under. And I just feel like this maybe wouldn't be the best use of S&A funds. And it is unfortunate that it might not be able to be funded somewhere else, like where it maybe should be. But you know, we have to cut costs somewhere. And with the you know, this whole time we've been discussing this, all I've been hearing is, oh, there's a gray area, there's this conflict, they're intertwined, and I just keep hearing negatives, and that's why I don't feel like a portion of this could be funded.
Any other discussion? Is there a recommendation?
Recommendation to fully use fund the marching band.
Is there another recommendation? Okay, the current recommendation is to deny the marching band's funding request. Taking the division of the committee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'll say nay.
All those abstained? The recommendation passes 4-0-1. Is there any discussion?
4-1-1.
Oh, sorry. 4-1. Please, discussion.
Oh, I just wanted to state the reason I said nay. I think there is a piece of this that we can probably fund, but since it's so intertwined, I understand the justification for not funding as well.
Alrighty, is there a motion to close debate?
Close the marching band debate.
For a second?
Second that.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of closing debate on marching band budget, please say aye. All right, the ayes have it, debate is closed. Next up, we have community garden, is there a motion to open debate?
Pep band.
Oh.
We're all on.
Is there a motion to open debate on pep band budget?
Motion to open debate on pet band budget.
A second,
I'll second.
any discussion? All right, all those in favor of opening debate on pep band budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, the floor is open.
I find that band a little bit different to marching band. It is open to anyone to audition process. Any skill level, any major. I don't believe it signifies a course requirement or any course into it.
Look at number 1 on their program review. Provide student opportunity to engage in musical performance outside of academic curriculum.
So that would answer.
But before that, they had a like they did go to 17, which for with the 20% reduction, it's not much of a difference to go. For like something up to the company. I don't see it wrong.
Like all of it is goods and services. There is a stipend for students that are involved in pep bands. Doesn't look like much, but that is something to take into consideration.
And it looks like a lot of it within goods and services goes to either programming and mostly to travel.
Point of clarification, the 14,600 would be a 20% reduction of the current request. A 20% reduction of the prior request would be 17,400.
So it's interesting because this does not match with.
Yeah, he
'cause
addressed
it's
that
a
one
stipend.
again. Yeah. That's the correct number.
So that's pretty,
It's only $400 off or 50-ish.
But this one shows nothing in payroll.
Yeah.
Hardly.
The pep band one? Oh, yes, you're right.
it's depending on how many participants that stipends like 35. It just shows the same as the marching band, but student groups. I don't think they have. Oh, it was. Is this stipend for section?
Go back to number 1 on their review. Annual program review, excuse me. There's a stipend for participation.
For participation, does that everyone or just the section? That's part of the question.
just as membership reflected.
Just, that sort of problem. Oh.
What if maybe the section leaders are based on stipend, then all other members are based on salary?
Well, then in their budget, they don't dignify it towards salary, they only dignify towards, stipend, that's like 200 and something dollars. Yeah, but pretty big one.
They actually have, so over the last 20 years, they had 0 student wages, and I think most of the, expenses have been in travel, if you look at the budget, off of the annual report. I think, I don't know this, but I think that there might be confusion on if we're calling it a stipend or if we're calling it a, salary, because with reporting and everything, it makes a huge difference. If you code it as a salary, it's gonna show up in this, student wage line. And if you pay it out as a stipend, it's gonna show as an expense in goods and services.
Yeah.
And so I think that that might be where some of that confusion lies. The travel, like this travel amount, you could, if a student were traveling in their own car and we're paying them mileage, and I don't know that this is what happened, then it would, that reimbursement or stipend, if you wanted to call it that, would show up in this travel line. So I think there's a little, and that explains why this shows 15,000 of payroll and this shows 0 and this shows 300.
Of the prior request or the current request?
20% less than that.
Their 2024 expense was 15,700. That's one that's not so far off from the last expense, or they could come in.
You say 14,900.
Yeah.
Roughly. After this. Do we have one more? Aaron, that would be a 32% reduction from the prior year. Okay.
Any other discussion? Their recommendation? Is there another recommendation?
Just to clarify, that is the 20% off of that number, which would be a 32% from the prior year.
Yes. Correct. Any other recommendation?
Quadric, sorry.
All right, the current recommendation is a 32% reduction in the current budget. Um, calling for a division of committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, the recommendation passes 5-0-1. Your motion to close debate.
Motion to close debate.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of closing debate on FBAN budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, debate is closed. Next up, we have community garden.
And it wasn't mentioned, but did we do career services West Side?
No,
Oh,
Is there a motion to open debate on community garden budget?
Motion to open debate in the garden budget.
Any seconds?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor of opening debate on community garden budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, floor is open.
Yeah. Yeah, majority of the budget for payroll. That includes. Okay, so. There you go. Yes.
there were like 200 students. Maybe that's a little bit more.
Where are you getting that number?
On the
Yeah, okay. I was looking at their metrics to assess the success of the program. And it says involved more than 40 students. There are 31 gardeners total, but I'm assuming that's including the community gardeners.
Which according to the breakdown made up 43%.
And then I would also say a lot of the, I guess the produce they produce can't be really tracked. It goes to students and community members.
Yeah.
So,
Just to the community, right?
They said at least 200 some people.
Yeah.
but
and it didn't specify, or they didn't say that they kept track of what goes where.
And also the entirety of the question now is specifically just a student's paper.
Okay, funding.
They get the 20% reduction.
Have you guys got questions that?
So there's a little bit of. Like, how do I say it? It's not like a split, but it's. The physician S&A's funding is for the student position, like the review is talking about ours. And. Like. For example, in question 7 says there are currently 14 students in 5 student organizations. Have reserved spots, but it doesn't really say how that student position is. Like interacting, yeah, engaging, like the impact that student position has.
You coordinator, so she delegates the spots to keep track of who gets access to that spot. And
Does it help if you add question 2 of the Q&A to it, to where it talks about what the 20% reduction would cause? Not sure if that.
That's fine.
Also states within the first question of the program review, staff provide support for gardeners and serve as a valuable source of knowledge for new and returning gardeners by providing instruction, offering advice, and helping troubleshoot, among other things as well.
I remember when we were talking about that change that they had made where you could adopt a student's plot, so that was the hope to get more students involved where they could go out and do things somewhere and come back. Gosh.
Like 9 o'clock, which is less than their rock.
they haven't spent their full budget the last 2 years. They, I think it was 8,000 they used last year out of 30. 8,700 out of the 11,000 they were allotted.
Any other discussion? Is there a recommendation?
I recommend the person involved.
Any other recommendation? All right, the current recommendation is to find a full. Taking a division of the committee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Sorry, you're right. All those against, please say nay. All those abstaining. All right, the motion, recommendation passes 4-0 to 2. We're in discussion. Okay. Is there a motion to close debate?
Motion to close. Sorry.
Motion to close the poll.
You guys can also say like, so. I don't know,
Say what?
so. It's like a.
What
It's like it's a little more thing.
What was it? Say that in response, it's like.
It's like, for example, some motions are written wrong. So you could just be like, so moved.
Oh.
It's like saying what he said,
Yeah, what
Yeah. like a formal version.
Yeah. The guy will be.
Yeah.
During discussion or second
Second.
discussion. All right, all those in favor of closing debate on the Wildcat Carter budget, please say aye. All right, the ayes have it, floor is closed. Next up. I won't start. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Then we gotta go back to it. That will be like. that'll be good. Yeah.
We actually have two.
Yeah.
Is there a motion to open debate on West Side Career Services budget?
Motion to open debate on West Side Career Services.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussions? All right, all those in favor of opening debate on West Side Career Services, please say aye. The ayes have it, the floor is open.
Some questions, input questions, well, under career services, C.
That's very bad. It's like. Very. March 7th. Yeah, it's the last.
Opposite side.
They're only asking for 7%.
And given their question response. What this would essentially do if we did do a 20% reduction is. For professional staff position, it'd be a 10th-month contract, so that would leave no time during summer to plan and develop career readiness workshops and activities. Among other things as well. Just so it's.
I kind of wonder how many students are using that resource over the summer. Oh, like over the summer. Yeah, because if we did employ that 20% reduction, we wouldn't be able to. Because the 10-month, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I wonder how many students use it over the summer and like how beneficial that would be.
To clarify on this one, this is only the west side, there's a career services area around campus that is paid for by state.
Yeah, I'm a little curious as to why they're not both funded by state.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Could they not consolidate these two offices?
They are,
Oh.
they are the same office, that office gets, multiple different funding sources. So the S&A funding is for the west side and the state side or there when, I'm assuming it's a state funded budget. Covers the operations here at Ellensburg.
Maybe it's because like when the state budget or whatever law was passed allowing that, maybe into back before all the satellite campuses were a huge thing. guess.
Yeah, and I think that because the center students and the online students are charged in S&A fees, and there was at least an interest at one time in making sure that there, and of course, this was before a lot of things were delivered online, that there were resources for those students, that were paying the fee.
So production based on our prior request would still then less than what the current request would be, which is 1.6. Given that this one isn't directly impacting this specific campus, within that.
I would say it would be something to consider, but since center campuses students also pay the fee, we shouldn't hold that against them because they're not on the center campus. Or yeah, Ellensburg campus.
Not sure if it's in there, but do they have a breakdown of per quarter?
Session workshop at sites, site centers are rolled online as well as outside of traditional 5.5. Drug services, which are currently offering. If I remember correctly, their submission has quite a bit of data.
It doesn't break them up. We were curious about the summit word.
And both of their employees are 10 months.
110, 111. One's 10, one's 11. And here, president.
That's six. They only have a 6.4 percentage of reduction. But if they were to do a 10%, that would still leave them with more than they spent. One forty. And last year they spent 139. They have. So 2022.
And I think that that's especially had a vacant position for a little while, but also don't forget that if they are even base funded, then they can still come back to, do additional investment.
This is where I'm sitting. So free services was funded by the state. West side is not. I wonder why. If we were to fully defund this, would they be enveloped into free services? And paid to develop the state?
I can start with completely because it's two positions. So it's like they can take it.
I was just saying.
Oh,
talking about it.
oh, I'm talking about my bad.
I
No, yeah.
thought so.
I think. I see it like 50-50 because it's two positions, and so they could, like, I'm not sure what their budget looks like, because we don't have it. Maybe they have the funds to do that, but then what if they don't want to because it's two positions? It's-
I do not know what the remaining budgets for career services look like. And I would have no way of knowing, just like with any of them, if the area would be funded, then how would that department figure that out?
So they're asking for an increase so that, well, 15% reduction to our budget.
They're asking for only 7%.
Are these councils physically located out there, or are they?
It means. Please say that. New professional staff position. Under the influence of. the professional education.
No, because there are a lot of professional staff that are hired to maintain these programs, so it's okay to have staff S&A funded as long as they're not instructional staff.
Like,
Yes. Yes, that's true.
To answer my question, they do have first. That was one thing I was going to, it's like, there should be something that's posted online. The structure is already here.
It might also help if you look at number 3 on the questions that talk about what they would do if they had to take a 20%. Looks like it was limit their summer planning.
so based on that wording, but it would limit their summer planning. I would think that it wouldn't affect students necessarily, that they don't even offer anything for the summer quarter. It would be set aside for planning.
Planning, develop career readiness workshops, coordinate activities and events for update materials for the following confidence.
And part of that reduction would also go to their goods and services, so they would have no budget for goods and services. So effectively, doing 20% would also cut the goods and services, so for programming. And that would kind of fall in line with the 10%, or not the 10%, the 10-month contract. Because they wouldn't have any money or funds to do coordinate any events. That would essentially make them online career counselors with almost no interaction with students. So.
Any other discussion?
I am leaning more towards the 10 to 15% reduction. I don't think I want to do the full 20. Just to allow them to keep goods and services, keep providing for students face-to-face interaction. I think limiting that to just the counselors. Having to do virtual most likely would affect quite a bit of stuff.
And then also, as was pointed out earlier, and also something I was listening. One of their things is that, this is pretty much the only S&A funded program at several of the centers.
Aside from the center.
Yeah.
Just- Centers themselves.
Ten percent from. Okay,
And that's a 16% reduction from the prior request. I would be okay with that.
so 140.
Any other discussion?
That was a 10% reduction.
16
16.
from the previous one.
Any other discussion? All right, is there a recommendation?
Recommend to fund 16% less than their previous budgeting request.
Just 10%. Any other recommendations? Okay, the current recommendation is to.
Fund only 16% of the, or 16% reduction of the previous budget request.
Right. On for division of committee. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it, the recommendation passes 5-0 to 1. Is there any discussion? Okay, is there a motion to close debate?
Okay, close the debate. Your services, well said.
Is there a second,
Second,
any discussion? All right, all those in favor of closing debate on West Side Center Career Services, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, debate is closed. Final item. Yes, final item on our docket is source, specifically Office of University Student Research. Is there a motion to open debate?
motion to open debate on source.
Or a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of opening debate on source budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, debate. is open. Oh. That's decided. Since I'm serious.
Oh, okay.
And on February 7th, I believe.
So that, large transfer in there, that is due to, for FY 23 guys, because there was no source during COVID. And then. For 24. They will spend there are. They're not aware they're at.
Am I right to assume that 81,000? They took the previous year's 29,000 and added to their allocated?
Yes, and I'm gonna pull this up real quick, differently because I think, the thing with theirs is they have, an additional component to their budget, so it's kind of like two budgets that we allocate to one and they award out of the other. And so this looks a little different. It ended up at zero, but there were some accounting issues with this one. So I'm gonna quickly pull this up in a different way. Their actual allocation last year was the 54,000. And on, the reporting, the reason it looks higher is because when we closed out all of the budgets, we didn't grab that second component to roll them up together. And so that's why it looks funny. I think that they, the current year that we're in right now, FY 25, the reduction is 15%. And I think that they, went with what their, reduced allocation this year was, and what they requested, rather than looking at 20.
Everybody they sell, it's like the one thing that where they want to reduce.
Correct.
Plan.
They're requesting less money, but they're getting bigger than out there. I would be interested to see the numbers of the most recent of them. But
For 2024,
Yeah.
Yeah. there's
Not for this
2024s, yeah. 15th and 16th.
they're getting bigger. They're consistent on the amount of students they get grants. 29 got grants for 24 cycle, and 31 got it for 23 cycle.
Honestly, I feel like source is one of the things that I don't really see a problem. Well, spending wise, there might be some things, but looking at peeling back guideline policy, it seems like something that really seems to fit really well. It is open to all students, and from what it looks like, most students who apply to receive grant funding to do a plethora of things from art to STEM, STEAM. So I think this is one of those programs that is really benefiting students in a really direct way. Bias.
I think the research experiences potentially offering to, or just, the ability is pretty big for any student who has ambitions of going on to graduate school. Really benefits from this program.
And they talk about expanding that past research, but not this research, but expanding it to other opportunities as well.
And it also provides opportunities for student organizations as well to receive funding, so like a mini S&A for them to get funding to do things if they need it.
I would say I would agree, and I'm leaning more towards the 15% reduction.
Yeah, I'm willing to move what they're requesting for something.
So we're going for approval. Like,
Oh, yeah, that's right. Do we actually have a motion for a recommendation? Or do we have a recommendation?
Recommendation to approve the full amount requested for source.
All right, do we have any other recommendations? I guess we'll go ahead and get a division and committee on the recommendation for the full amount. Anyone who's in favor, please say aye. Yeah. All right, do we have a motion to close the current debate?
Motion to close the current debate.
We have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor of closing the current debate, please say aye. It's closed.
Right, I'm proposing a short recess for about, assuming 5 minutes, just to get for a break. Is there a motion to recess?
Motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of taking a short recess of 5 minutes, please say aye. The ayes have it. We'll reconvene at 3:08.
Almost there.
staring.
Where's the whiteboard?
Does look like a big liquid.
Yeah, can we get? Vote for votes yesterday?
I'm not thinking on people around. You know, all of them?
Just the ones from yesterday.
Yep.
Yes.
So
All
all
of
of
them. right?
Yeah. Not to check.
Did approve the bond payment in full. We definitely have that one of those for it. It was, but it was a weird. I think someone came in late, that sound right?
Oscar came in.
Okay, yeah, so, okay, I just wanted to double check it before I put it out loud, but it looks like it was 5, yes. And then we just have that same. 501. Yeah.
Here, I got it wrong.
Oh, you have it?
Well, no, I'm gonna.
Oh, sorry. I.
Likes that little single quote.
Okay, you wanna go down the rest of them again? So next one's the admin fee. Okay. And that one was fully approved. It was 501. Same thing for the. And then we had the rec admin fee after that. And that one was actually a 412. Then we have the two funds financial manager position. That was approved in full. And it was. Those are the 501. That one was 501. We had some custodial was 6. There we go. Schedule 600. And you know 501. Okay. What is the motion to post it there? I haven't mentioned that you should. Is it on all things for the subcredit? If you put credit.
I don't know why I'm under travel or whatever.
Yes, that was. Yeah.
Oh.
No, we,
Yeah, different, they do a little bit more. Okay.
On source, right?
Yeah.
What you wrote on that one?
And then that one was 501. Was that? Yeah. No, it was like, yeah. And then academic senate. 501. No, life facility. 402. next one, hold. Isn't it?
All the ACW is, I'm the one for the accounting.
And then Oscar got for a portion of.
Okay, this one was really weird. I just had to double check, because it was you had started the motion, approved the motion, changed the motion, and then made a motion to amend the motion. So the motion was to amend the motion to include $2,000 for Pulse magazine, which is the ad revenue along.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So it was 9 Pulse's revenues, original request for replacing the funding. Value. It was, 510. Sorry, I had to double check that one. I was like, did I miss that one? No, I should wrote so much for the first time.
Yeah. That was
And
when
then
we
you
were
do a break
talking
in the
about
middle of the
amending.
day, so I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. And then for both it was 510.
Always have one in school.
That's what I usually do, but I mean, I didn't this time just because, sometimes it can be, if you guys work, so we,
Yeah, no, perfect.
and then the next one was the observer. To partially fund up to 36,246 of the observer's budget.
Yes.
And that was 420. Next we have slide. But it was probably from engineering.
Do you remember what you said?
That was.
Then we have, that was Slice's budget, and that was to approve the full amount. That was 600. Then surface activities, approve full amount, 501.
That was the supplementary salaries.
And the next one's club travel budget. It looked like I didn't quite get all of it. It looked like there was a motion to fully fund and then it was modified, and that's what I didn't get, the modification. So we have that one, 501. Okay, so we have, but we have the amount? Yes, if they added 20%. And then. Publicity. Full. 600. The last one, it was full, 501. Real quick, so that you all know where you are. So Aaron mentioned, the first box is where we're at today, and that's where that 321,000. That's what we got. That's approved, and we need to cut it to the time.
And that's based on that 4%, which is the max that goes. I think that, there's a lot of points to be made about that. that's not a clear like yes or no. And it is really up to you all. I think that it's reasonable to look at a fee increase for S&A every year. That doesn't mean you have to do it or that it has to be 4%, but, based on the beginning of the year when we did that supplemental request to cover the COLAs and the minimum wage, that was about $86,000. And so, I mean, without having a calculator and saying, I think if you said, okay, well, that's probably a normal inflationary gauge, right? So if you funded at the current rate, then eventually minimum wage and COLA increases are gonna feed into all the goods and services, which is what happened in the last quadrant because COVID and all that, we didn't raise the fees. And then we kind of got into a spot where, there just wasn't enough wiggle room. I think we will need a fee increase. And I think it's better to go up gradually to cover those costs, increasing costs, at least to consider. As far as this scenario, I think that's really kind of probably good to have a conversation amongst you all of what you think. And maybe before you even make this decision, and again, this is up to you, but maybe you want to go back through and look at them all with the reconsideration of some of the ones from yesterday, and then see where you end up after you it's kind of like reading the last page of the book first, or like you don't want to. I wouldn't let this necessarily guide your next step because you want to look at each individual area like on their own, but just knowing that you either have to cut 321,000 from what's currently on there, or you have to cut 110, or you have to cut something in between. And so it's while I would recommend increasing the fee to cover those inflationary costs, as far as what you set your like base funding allocation at, then I think that's up to you. I also would say that if you don't go with option 2, we're still probably going to be looking at, well, do you want, those costs next year are going to go up. The staff COLAs go into effect the first of the year, minimum wage. If AI is right, which I have no idea and no way to know that, then all of these areas are going to be facing a significant increase in their student wage line. And that's kind of, a pre-reduction, but if you look at the all areas, this column with the staff or the student wage, I mean, that's $2 million worth of wages pre-reduction that potentially would be impacted by $1 an hour. So those are all things to consider. So what I can say is that if you were able to say, yep, 321,000 we're gonna cut, then that's great. Save the students a little bit of money on their fee. If you're in a spot where you're like, you just can't go lower than another 110,000, then go forward with that, knowing that probably at the next meeting we'll be talking about a fee increase. And all of these things are not, you all have that charge to make those recommendations and take those things into consideration. And I wish I could tell you, do it or don't do it. But there's just a lot of different factors in play. So I think that my recommendation would be to continue down the path that you were talking about of looking at some of those ones that we looked at yesterday, potentially reassessing, you know, now that you've got access to this sheet, you can see all of this information, current recommendations, and in that tab, there's reduction from prior cycle. Can you click to the current recommendation tab? So here, this is what their request was last time, this time. This is what you all have recommended so far. This reduction amount represents. Oh, I was like, I think I'm missing something, but never mind. This is a percentage reduction from this compared to this. So the reduction from the last funding cycle. This column is the difference between what they asked for and what you all recommended. And these are the votes. And I'm happy to provide any other data. If you think there's anything that's helpful, I can try and.
So I guess the question for the committee, if I'm correct, is which like the scenario we're going to go with and how much we want to cut additional.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know which one of those comes first, if you reevaluate, you know, reconsider anything first and then again look at, or if you have a target in mind that you want to cut, that's up to you how you want to tackle that. I think that either one would be fine. But it might be better to look at them first before you really make a decision on which funding amount, because you might go through them all and land somewhere in between those and say, okay, well, we're gonna make this recommendation based on a 2% increase or a, you know. Or, I mean, I don't expect this to happen, but maybe you reassess them all and you're like, actually, we're gonna take a 2% decrease. I don't anticipate that, but it's a possibility, right?
So I do agree with Aaron that we should look at everything, reevaluate everything first. We take a deeper look into what areas we want to look at more. And then we can go with where we land or want to follow it, which budget we really have compared to what comes out of what we look at, basically. If that makes sense. So, the first step in looking at all of our first step in looking at all of these things, looking at the voting that was yesterday. So I'm looking for a motion to reconsider, just to open those back up. Just the ones that we voted on yesterday.
Motion to open the previous items we discussed yesterday for debate.
Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of reconsidering all items from yesterday that were previously voted on, please say aye.
Um,
5 to 0 to 1. Oh wait, yeah. Cool. So it looks like those are all open back up. They're out alphabetically. So is there a specific program or area You guys want to reevaluate now that we have our numbers?
Is there any way we could? We can look that up. Pretty quick. So,
Any other item?
I've talked about slice.
Like, or
The umbrella.
The umbrella.
Any other item? Any other item?
Put MCC.
Any other item? Any other item? Yes.
Yeah.
And one last item. We'll click that more later, but. Seeing that there are normal items for now. First item on the docket is the rec admin fee. Is there a motion to open debate on the rec admin fee?
Motion to open debate on rec admin fee.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor for considering the rec admin fee, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. So. What would be beneficial for you guys, presentation or the chart?
Presentation, just so we can look back at what we were referencing. I think it's the 24th, it's labeled as recreation.
budget.
Very big ticket.
I think there's a reminder, so that when you priorities, it falls under that, I think it was 4 or 5.
5 and 6.
But we just make it a 20% reduction to 17.
Second for all the work conferences.
Just record. Could take another 2% out of 606,000.
So this is not 6.
Bring it down to 584 and 9%. Or that was their prior request. Yeah, 606. This would bring their current request down to 584 and 972. If we take the 20%.
They did also mention within the questions as well. They felt that the taking the 20% was too great to overcome with inflation and historical data since the last requested.
If you all look at their budget in the book, that with that already reduced amount for rec center, they're already budgeted to end the year in the red. That's not spending S&A, that's spending into rec center reserves if they have any, which I'm not sure about that, but just to kind of keep in mind that they took that reduction without actually having a buffer. They're hoping, I know, to increase their service costs and things. But this would be another 22,000. Only 1,937. It would be a reduction, an additional reduction of 21,937. That would get them to the 20% and their total allocation that was 584,972.
Is there any discussion?
I just feel like and obviously I have a conflict of interest because I work for the rec, but I feel like, I feel like it is important for student retention and, I think that if we decrease their, and I've said this before, but I think that if we decrease their budget anymore, it will make it harder for them to make more money, through their other funds that they use to supplement themselves, because they won't be able to give their employees as many hours. So the events that they do host outside to get more money so they don't have to ask S&A for more money. They won't be able to do as many if we give them less money because they won't have the staffing.
Any other discussion? Seeing that there's no discussion, is there a recommendation? Floor is still open.
Also from
Any other discussion? All right, seeing that there's no discussion, is there a recommendation?
All right. Hold to prior decision,
Which is,
the full amount there, plus.
any other recommendations? All right, the recommendation on the floor is to keep their current budget to fund full amount. Taking a division of the committee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? All those abstaining? All right, the recommendation passes 4-0 to 2. Keep their full amount. Next item on our docket is custodial. I'm so sorry. Is there a motion to close debate?
Motion to close debate on next item.
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of opening debate on custodial, please say aye. The ayes have it, the floor is open.
Next second.
What did we just do?
Oh, you closed debate on custodial,
They.
Open debate.
Open
Oh, my bad. Okay, I guess that one's no, because there can't be two debates at the same time. So I'll close it. Thank you. Is there a motion to close debate on? No, I thought we did.
yeah, we
I
closed
did-
debate,
I did
but you
motion.
said custodial.
Oh, my bad.
So the motion was to close.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Okay, the floor is closed. It's weird, like it doesn't actually exist, or does it exist? But, okay.
Force love.
Is there a motion to open debate on custodial budget?
Should have debate on custodial budget.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of opening debate on custodial budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, the floor is open.
They do get subsidy funds. That's part of their budget.
Is there any discussion?
My knowledge, a reduction would mean that they would get less supplies and hours for employees. Think about
1.5 million people for traffic per year.
All the biggest building.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Well, in the world, so.
In our law.
Worldwide.
Yeah. Stay healthy, but, whatever. Would you consider it 10%?
Actually, I'm asking.
25,000.
Exactly.
Yeah, 25,000.
91.
I don't know. But it would leave that 225,000.
It would most likely come out of their goods and services. Either that or student stuff.
Any other discussion?
I am willing to entertain a maximum of 5% reduction.
Any other discussion? All right, is there a recommendation?
I recommend to change our current vote to reflect 5% decrease in funding for custodian.
I don't think we have to change the current vote.
Okay.
I think we just, it's like the same.
Same process. Okay, then I recommend a 5% reduction in custodian.
Second.
So is there what's the recommendation?
To cut funding for custodial by 5%.
Is there any other recommendations? All right, the current recommendation on the floor is to cut the custodial budget by 5%. Taking a division of the committee, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? No. Looks like the recommendation passes 4-1-1. Custodial budget cut by 5%. Do we have one?
It would be 23 or $238,369.20.
All right, the next item on our agenda is the slice budget. We do have well, it is an umbrella, so is there a specific one you guys would like to talk about first? Oh my gosh. Wait, let me write that down. Well, that's. Apologies.
Just get one of those flashcards. Just close it.
Is there a motion to close debate?
Motion to close the debate.
Okay, and is there a second?
A second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of closing the debate for custodial budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, floor is closed. Next is slides, is there a preference?
Like all of slides on things. 1.2.
I'm so sorry. Oh, no, we're not debating it. We're just picking. Put that pressure.
Amongst those 5 budgets is 1.194 million.
How would that look like if we were to take like that amount? Could we? I don't want to say reduce it by half, but not the 1 million.
Let's see, so if maybe you guys want to look at these individually, or do you want to see what maybe like an extra 5% each one would be, or?
That's up to you.
The main one I'm looking at is slice itself.
I see you're looking at that.
If we bring them down to 15, what would that change be?
We took 15% off of that.
Yeah.
An additional 15%?
No. To bring them to 15.
Like that.
30%.
Brought from the budget.
An additional,
This got first slice.
yeah, slice itself.
I will say, if you guys would like to know specific numbers, it'd be probably easier for Mia to know a point of information. Just like discussion. So,
We have to open for debate.
yes, but we need a specific
I would like to talk about slice itself,
umbrella.
the program. Slice.
Okay, slice program, okay. All right, is there a motion to open debate for the slice program budget
Motion to open the slice program budget.
for a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in discussion? All right, all those in favor of opening debate on slice program budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, the floor is open.
So I know Slice combined their 20% with publicity, right? So they were net 20% across the board. I feel like they can still cut more from their own department. Not necessarily bringing Slice up to 20% from their 12.5, but maybe bring them closer to 15. What is thought on that? Feel like
Everybody's
Sure.
We can at this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
And bring them towards.
Yeah.
And how much more of a reduction would that be?
It would reduce an additional $11,400 per month.
Any other discussions?
That's the second. Or the
It's, will likely largely impact their programming budget unless they cut student or staff.
This is the one where I was saying they have 11 students working for just the Slice. And I feel like that was a little excessive. I understand it affects student payroll, it affects the students that they're coming out office.
Hopefully.
Any discussion? Alrighty, is there a recommendation?
Okay, I will. 16%.
Any other recommendations? Okay, the current recommendation is to do a 16% cut to the slice program budget. Calling for division of the committee, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, the recommendation passes 5-0 to 1. Is there any discussion? Is there a motion to close debate? Motion to close debate. Is there a second?
I say.
Any discussion? Alright, all those in favor? Yes, all those in favor of closing debate, slice program budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, debate is closed. Next, under the slice. Next, under the slice umbrella, is there a specific program budget?
Well, the problem, I think the 15% fit, but it's hard to kind of tell how it's one big umbrella organization.
Did those two change that to 20%?
Okay, okay.
For club travel.
Never mind.
Yes. We voted to change.
Just want to let everyone know that I'm gonna be headed out, so, it's been really great today, so, thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thanks for all your.
We still meet four.
Unless there's one, abstention, right?
Yeah, Oscar's not here, so.
Three.
Oh, yeah.
Three abstain. Right?
Yeah, so it would just be 2 abstentions. Yes, we're good, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, unless I vote as well. Okay.
You're doing tighter.
Okay.
Campus activities is, we do campus activities, I guess, and the student involvement office, they run the RSO clubs, and that budget also supports their, office secretary supervisor. That, right, Robbie?
So yeah, so the difference of student involvement, like, student involvement in campus activities reports up under the slight umbrella, but does activities and programming open to all students.
Yeah.
So things like Monday, movies, open mics, all that kind of stuff. This budget we're looking at right here is covering the assistant director, secretary, supervisor, and business services to help support the slice department. All under the big kind of umbrella we talked about slice.
Is there an idea of a budget in mind?
I'm looking at club travel.
Is there a motion to open, is there any other? It's just. Okay. Do you guys have anything you guys want to discuss about after club travel or anything else? Or do you want to figure it out? I think so, yeah. Okay. Is there a motion to open debate on Slice club travel?
Motion to open the Slice Club travel.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of opening debate on Slice club travel, please say aye. The ayes have it, the floor is open.
So I do know we did reduce them already to the 20% that we previously voted on. However, seeing as how we still need to cut funding, I think the least impactful out of the Slice budgets would probably be club travel. It is a luxury to be able to do it. Clubs can also always work with Slice and search accounting to meet any additional funds that may arise from their club accounts. So we have them at 20% reduction currently.
Any other discussion?
That, while it is club travel, the reference here, it's not just for travel. Club can request funds for events, for other programming, that, just want to make sure that we don't get focused on this, just travel. Or it could be, I don't know, a hot dog club wants to put on a hot dog eating contest, so we need money to buy hot dogs. They can come and request this, so it's not just I want to travel to a conference, but help most program, both events, programs, discussions, that.
But potentially, uniform.
And I would say further reducing the club travel will make it just significantly harder for the club's council to determine how to allocate those funds for, I forget how many, it's like 100 and something. 182. Yeah. So rather than increasing the reduction in that one, I would rather recommend we either decrease or increase the recommendation, increase the reduction in another area. Because specifically that one is very broad and it covers a lot of different clubs. So further reducing it will be very impactful to the students that attended those clubs and want to travel. I think with the 20% reduction, it's fine, but further reducing it would be, they would just really struggle to find that, or I guess continue to support those clubs within the different programming they want to do. So yeah, those are just my thoughts on it. And that's one of the direct ways that students get involved is within those clubs and they lead them themselves. So those are my thoughts.
Any other discussion? All right, is there a recommendation?
A recommendation to leave the reduction as is. Or previously voted on.
Is there another reduction? Is there another recommendation? Okay, the current recommendation on the floor is to leave the reduction as is. Calling for division of the committee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The recommendation passes 4-0 to 2. Oh, Nick left.
Nick and Oscar.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Is there any discussion? Is there a motion to close debate? Club travel?
Motion to close the actual umbrella.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right. All those in favor of closing debate on club travel, please say aye. The ayes have it, debate is closed. Next, looking for next item regarding slice budget or slice umbrella.
So I know publicity is already taking nearly a 31% reduction. Out of all the slice umbrella though, how much does publicity play to student involvement? That's my question.
So
Any other discussion?
Like people sign of their budget that go for pro staff. Nearly $90,000 in student salaries for this subject.
Any other discussion?
Something that makes student awareness. Like, hey, we're here, this is happening. Can join us.
Okay, I'm wondering if we do cut this budget further, is it going to affect more student hours or goods and services? And most likely will just affect overall quality of what they're producing.
Seeing no discussion, is there a recommendation? Seeing no recommendations, the floor is still.
maybe to further reduce the reduction. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong one, never mind.
requesting 263.
Oh, no, sorry, that was.
Which one? Is there any discussion?
If we do look at further decreasing their funding, what's a number that we would be looking at? They're currently taking 30.49%. The list is on.
That is 115,000. But then keeping in mind that we took additional to offset the other budget. Or whatever that.
Slice.
I don't feel.
Any other discussion?
Sorry.
Are you looking for what would be another 2%?
I didn't look at your formula close enough.
Okay.
Arian, are you doing that?
I'm trying. I think I might be slowing down.
I was
I think I'm so bad too.
I was gonna look at what a 32% reduction would look like.
Oh, okay. So I can do that.
So that would take out 5,700 from there. Requested.
Their rec-
Yeah, or 2%.
Yeah, so bring it to 32% decrease.
I'll recommend 32%.
All right, is there another recommendation? Okay, seeing none, on for division of the committee. All those in favor with a 32% decrease, please say aye.
Uh,
The ayes have it, the recommendation passes 4-0 to 2. Okay, is there any discussion? Is there a motion to close debate?
Motion to close debate.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of closing debate on slice publicity budget, please say aye. The ayes have it, the floor is closed.
In the original time, from 4:20 to 7:05.
Oh.
So we'll probably need to start a discussion about, I don't think we're gonna be finishing in 1 minute. So what is happening, what discussion are we going to continue today? We'll have to continue another day, I guess is what I'm saying. Crash 40 minutes, but, I think we should probably put that conversation on the table out of all the.
I thought there was one. Oh, really? Okay,
Talk about adding day and going on to final school, so.
Erin, what are we at with savings?
With, if we increase the fee 4%, got another 75,000 to go. if we don't increase the fee, you've got another 286,000 to go.
To reduce.
Yeah, to break even.
Wait.
That's if we don't increase the fee.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we do know. the figures.
Or
That's for
option
all.
one.
Option one
No.
or option two?
The one with the option.
I mean, if this means anything to you, you all from the original request, you all cut $741,544.09. That's exhausting work to do, so. This is, you're almost there. I mean, it doesn't feel like it, but you're almost there.
Okay, I think it's time to talk about what option we want to do, because we've kind of all barely touched the surface with option status quo. Option. Um. Let's say this. Do the students vote on the increase, or is it just S&A, ASCWU, and then trustees?
So my understanding of the process, and you might remember this a little bit too, is that it would be, I think it comes from the ASCWU member to bring that recommendation to, the committee. The committee will vote. Then that goes to ASCWU as for the student input. If at that time, the student government feels like it needs to go out to a vote to the students, then that would have to be on the ballot. If the committee is comfortable with, the fee increase, then they can approve it and, make that recommendation. Then that goes to the CFO, Joel, and then up to the board of trustees. And we would need to, have that at the May meeting. So we would have to get, that's kind of gonna be the next process. So that's why this is not a time when we can decide to raise the fee. It's just more like identifying what you think the intent is. Now, if you all go with option 2 and then the fee increases decline by ASCWU or the board, which I wouldn't expect to see that, then I think you would still be able to go with option 2, knowing that, we're gonna start off on probably the wrong foot, because by then there will be too many things in motion. So, but I can't really say that for sure because I don't know, what the outcome of all of this will be, but that's kind of the process. So this is really just the idea today is just to kind of identify what you think you're gonna want to do.
Does anyone have an idea of what framework they want to follow?
I mean, I kind of think it's probably good to maybe ask for an increase, as we've already kind of discussed with this, but I also do think we should try our best to keep it as low as possible too, just because if we do get an increase, we're probably gonna run out movement room to wiggle even with that increase.
And it's been historically like there was no increase last year. And I think the year before was when there was a big correction that was made because of so many years of not doing an increase, which is where you don't want to be. But in comparison to other schools, they do increase their mandatory fees typically every year.
So going back to what Ron said, we are running out of time. So each option, we're gonna be here for a specific amount of time, a different amount, I guess. So it's really it's up to time and then it's also up to like the increase or not increase. So
I would be okay with an increase. However, I would like to see what we can get down to before deciding on an increase.
is that the general consensus?
Middle, so. Or, but. Yeah, it seems a little bit more realistic.
That puts us at 160 that we just heard.
I would be leaning more towards the. I would be leaning more towards the 4%, mostly because we're already struggling to reduce that 74,000 and to further reduce it at a lower rate. Or even the status quo would be very difficult. So I would lean more towards the 4% and try to even be leaner with the budget as much as we can. But I don't think we could be 286,000 lean or 160,000 lean without significant cuts to a program or two.
Sure, I would agree. So what I'm getting is that we want to use the 4% increase framework and then also see what we can cut as well until we reach that number. Okay. I'll just take a consensus, I guess. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. That's what we will be operating under, so. Okay, so we're at 4:30, we have about 30 minutes left. We will need to have a different time to reconvene. To reach that, good news is that it really, I don't think it will take us long, so I'm assuming 5-hour session. I know that doesn't sound
Yeah,
short, but
something like.
Do you all wanna look at it in more of these today?
we can in the next 30 minutes.
How many more do you have on your docket?
So we've only done 3 slides, and I don't know how many department slides has, but so we have about. We have 6 more.
I'm not looking to look any further in the slides other than the 3 we discussed.
Okay, so we have 4 more. We can also extend if you would like.
Or we can ask for another day.
Another day.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I wish.
I saw it, it's all,
He is sneaking down.
Yeah.
So let's stay here for another 2 hours.
Something like, yeah.
What
have
do
pizza in the
you
fridge.
guys are passionate about?
You guys didn't bring the sleeping bags?
Not today.
What do you think of the s'more?
All right.
Start having like 100% results.
It's like to fund the S&A committee. So we don't have to.
Do we want to discuss what day would work best?
Yes.
Oh, realize you're going into finals week. So. We are looking at Mia and Karen and we're going to make ourselves available all day. Unless somebody has something dire that I'm not considering, but.
I am available because all of mine are online exams and I can take them on.
I will say that I'm available tomorrow. This is like really the only day I'm available. It's tomorrow 8 to 12. And that leaves us with 4 hours, which would kind of be a good cushion, I think. But
Does that give us enough time for a public?
If you cannot, dance.
So would it have to be at the very least tomorrow at 5?
That would have been a good time.
Monday, so.
I work till 5. So I can do after 5.
yeah, me too. I can do 5 to 6 a.m.
Yeah, bye.
And an asterisk with 5 o'clock, I would probably need like 10 minutes.
No. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll start with that.
Yeah,
What about everybody else? 5:15-ish on Monday evening.
that would work for me as well.
That work?
How about you, Mia?
We'll talk about something.
Is there a motion to reconvene at a later date?
To reconvene at a later date.
Okay, is there a second? Oh, sorry, do you have a specific?
Monday at 5:15-ish PM, so. It's not the 8 PM, 9 PM.
Let's say 10 PM, but let's hope we don't use
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, okay, we can.
Let's hope we
offer
don't
it.
use that, but
Fair enough. till
if we
10
do,
PM.
because that's when the cert closes.
Uh,
Oh, is it?
On
I'm
Monday?
gonna wear my no pinch me socks.
Sunday.
Paint your pumpkins.
Does that cause a problem, work hours or anything like that?
No, there, I think they're
Is there a second?
open 5:15 PM.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of reconvening for March 17th, 5:15 to 10 PM. Please say aye.
Uh,
The ayes have it, we'll reconvene at that date. Signed die. Right, is that,
Sunny that?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
oh, I've said it's signed die.
I think it's, I
not
might be
Sunny.
wrong too. I've only heard it.
Okay,
Sunny that.
it looks like that concludes our business for today. Following the agenda. Is there any public comment?
Yeah,
I just want to say thank you everyone for the amazing discourse we had today.
discussion.
Discussion.
Yeah.
It was really great to see everyone's perspective and it's hard to do, so thank you for being here. Any other public comment? Cool. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn today's meeting.
Is there a second? Any discussion?
You have a ship, place every part of the ship, it's still the same ship.
Oh, that's a good question.
It's a ship
Or what is it called in the Senate when they do like a, just like
Filibuster.
filibuster?